Testing sound, Joint Development Control Committee, 22nd of January.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Councillor Smith, and I'm the chair of this committee. I'd like to welcome you to the Joint Development Control Committee meeting taking place at 10 a.m. Wednesday, the 22nd of January 2025. Other members of the committee will introduce themselves when I announce their names. On Cambridge City Council side, Councillor Bagent.
That's me.
Councillor Faubert.
Present.
Councillor Pora.
Present, Chair.
Councillor Smart.
Present, Chair.
And on the South Cambs District side, Councillor Bradman.
Good morning, Chair.
Councillor Khan.
Good morning.
Councillor Vane.
Present.
And Councillor Stobart.
Yeah, good morning, Chair.
Thank you. I have... and online, Councillor Hawkins. Morning, Councillor Hawkins.
Good morning, Chair. Morning, everyone.
And Councillor Richard Williams.
Morning, Chair.
Good morning, Richard. And apologies, I've received apologies from Councillor Thornborough. And as we've just heard, Councillor Hawkins and Councillor Williams are attending online. The officers permanently at the table for this meeting are Area Team Leader Michael Sexton. Hello, Michael.
Good morning, Chair.
And Legal Advisor Keith Barber.
Good morning.
And Committee Manager Sarah Steed. And Producer Claire Tunnicliffe. Copies of the agenda can be found on the Council's website under Committee Meetings, Minutes and Agendas. That's the City Council's website. So moving on to agenda item 2, please could councillors advise if they have any declarations of interest and also identify which agenda item their declarations relate to. And we have Councillor Bagent's going to declare on he's a member of
Cambridge Cycling Campaign.
and Richard Stobart's going to announce he is a member of.
Likewise, I would refer to it as CamCycle.
Thank you very much. So that's the declarations of interest. So agenda item 3, we've got the minutes of the 16th of October, 12th of November and the 20th of November. They've been submitted to this meeting for approval. Any points arising from any of those minutes? Thank you. So can I then sign those minutes as a correct record?
Yep.
Thank you, committee. So we move on to agenda item 4, scheme of delegation, which there's a report on that in your agenda pack. And I'm going to invite Jane Rodens to introduce this item. Thank you. Thank you, Jane.
Well, thank you, Chair. So this presentation is to accompany the Greater Cambridge Shared Planning Service Planning Committee Review Scheme of Delegation Report, and will give an overview of the changes that are being made and the context that are being made in. So on the amendment sheet in front of you is new wording for Appendix 6, which is page 113, paragraphs 3.10 to 3.12. This is after the debate at South Cambs Council Planning Committee and is to provide clarity. The same appendix, which starts on page 111 of the reports pack, the font and picture sizing has been changed. This had been caught by the publishing timeframes for this agenda, but will be more appropriately sized for civic affairs and final publication. Also caught by the publishing timeframes is the plan on page 91. I have a clearer version of it at the end of my presentation. At both City and South Cambs Committee, a user guide was requested. This is being worked on and a draft version will be ready for a member working group in due course. So an overview, in 2020, PAS carried out a review of all 3 planning committees as part of a commitment by the councils and shared planning service to improve their effectiveness and consistency. A committee review steering group was set up with officers and councillors from both the City and South Cambs to inform the process and align all 3 planning committees. A report was brought to all 3 planning committees in August 2024, detailing the next stages of the review and how to implement the 49 recommendations. The government has also published a working paper on planning committee reforms in December 2024, which is aiming to increase the efficiency of planning committees and ensure that planning committees operate as effectively as possible, focusing on those applications which require member input and not revisiting the same decisions. Some of the recommendations in that review are part of these changes that are before you today. So the recommendations are to review the types of applications that can be brought to committee, allowing members to focus upon the more complex, significant and controversial applications, remove the details of planning out of the Cambridge City constitutions and the South Cambridgeshire Constitution and place it in one document. The project is working in concert with the wider City Council review of its constitutions as it prepares to move to a new cabinet form of governance. Both of these constitutions will therefore simply delegate decision-making on most planning matters to Planning Committee through this one document. This will mean that as legislation changes or new changes emerge, we can update officer delegations working with the Planning Committee rather than requiring changes to the constitutions which are more complicated, cumbersome to achieve. This helps to make committee more agile in its response to change, where they can update the scheme of delegation if needed in the future. Aligning the triggers for committee referral to help communities and participants in the planning process, including agents, applicants, councillors and planning officers, to participate and to see decision-making following a consistent process, as opposed to 3 different processes at present. The creation of one greater Cambridge shared planning service schema delegation to ensure there is consistency between the 3 planning committees, introduce a schema delegation panel for Cambridge City and the Joint Development Control Committee, as South Cambs has one at present, review and align triggers for the existing delegation panel, and a name change for Joint Development Control Committee to Joint Development Management Committee. So the purpose of these changes is to ensure that we use precious resources of the committee effectively and on the right things. This is a significant investment in time and resources for members and officers, to ensure that applications that don't justify committee scrutiny can be dealt with efficiently and promptly, to ensure that the process for making decisions across the Greater Cambridge Shared Planning Service is clear, consistent and transparent, to enable improved and clear understanding amongst all our communities on the process. So the proposed scheme of delegation for joint development for currently JDCC will be changed to the following. This is to update it and align it with the proposed City and South Cam scheme of delegation. So these are the headlines that are detailed in paragraph 5.8 of the report. So triggers for committee determination. If the application is more than 100 residential units or 1,000 metres squared for non-residential development on a site that is 1 hectare or more, the application includes primary roads, open space or strategic infrastructure, so Regulation 3 application, departure from the local plan that is being recommended for approval, an elected member or an officer of the relevant council, or the officer's recommendation. The triggers for the delegation panel created for JDMC, the triggers will be as followed: a ward or parish call-in, where there are 5 or more third-party representations on material planning grounds that cannot be resolved as part of a planning committee. The application then be taken to delegation panel and they will decide if it is to go to planning committee or to be delegated. So here's an example of a journey through the JDCM areas. The application, if it's wholly within the areas on the plans, either be caught by those triggers and then taken on to planning committee. So these are the areas that will change for JDCC specifically. So currently, that should read the Joint Development Management Committee. At the moment, if it's for 100 or more residential units, 1,000 or more non-residential units for 1 hectare or more, the application includes primary roads, open space or strategic infrastructure. It's a Regulation 3. A third-party representation on material planning grounds, that's just 1 representation. A departure from the local plan, it's been recommended for approval. An elected member or officer of the relevant council, an officer's recommendation, and also a non-material amendment where the parent application came to committee. So there have been 18 planning applications brought to this committee in 2024. On the left-hand side are the applications under the current scheme of delegation and their percentages. On the right-hand side are the applications that would now be considered under this new scheme. The main change would be the new delegation panel, which are the areas in green on the right-hand side, the removal of the non-material amendment trigger, and also application that would be exempt for coming to planning committee through the list in Schedule A of the scheme of delegation. So, for example, there are 4 applications that would not have come to Planning Committee as they were for discharge of condition applications. These would not have been triggered the need to go to committee as are in Schedule A. However, the case officer at the time may have considered it necessary to bring them to Planning Committee under the officer recommendation trigger. There are more applications that would be caught in clauses 8 in regard to the 5 representations of more. This number is not known as the areas of the JDMC are changing also. However, these would only be brought to the delegation panel where if they cannot be overcome by a planning condition. Also, it would be up to the delegation panel if they would be brought to Planning Committee or an officer recommendation. Within the changes that are being recommended that would affect JDCC directly are the name change from JDCC to JDMC, the update of the area plans, and the removal of the JDC detail from the constitutions and placing it into one scheme of delegation. So these changes will ensure that the recommendations of the PAS review have been taken into account by making this, as made by Recommendation 20, an efficient use of officer and member time at committees by focusing on the most sensitive, complex applications and introduce a delegation panel for City and review South Cambs delegation panel. And number 21 was review thresholds and application types in the scheme of delegation for committees, decisions including non-material amendments, Section 73s, TPOs and deed variations, prior approval, certificate of lawfulness and other application types, and align the scheme of delegation for all 3 planning committees. So recommendation is to endorse for approval at Cambridge City Council Civic Affairs before final approval at full council and South Cambridgeshire District Council Civic Affairs before Cabinet. The Greater Cambridge Shared Planning Service Scheme of Delegation, December 2024, the amended Public Speaking Rights at Planning Committee, and the amended Members Planning Good Practice Guide, which has the minor amendment as per the amendment sheet. So it's with delegated authority for minor amendments to officers in consultation with the relevant executive councillors. The committees delegates authorities for minor amendments to the drafting to assist in providing clarity, only to officers in consultation with the relevant executive councillor, and that a review of the revised scheme of delegation be undertaken in 12 months and a report prepared for each committee for consideration and action. And I'll leave this is the clearer version of that plan I spoke about earlier. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Questions, please. Councillor Bagent.
Chair, I may have misheard. Did the term prepares to move to a cabinet system in that presentation? I didn't ask you.
The changes to the city's constitution will be related up to this. The scheme delegation will need to relate to the changes to the city's constitution that are ongoing through a process at Civic Affairs at the moment.
Is that not a presumption that that change is going to happen?
In the event that the constitution doesn't change, or that the proposals for Civic Affairs will not be are not carried forwards, the update to the scheme delegation, as it's drafted, refers to the existing constitution in terms of the removal of the planning delegation from the city constitution to place it in the power of planning committee. So regardless, in a sense, of the outcome of Civic Affairs on the council's wider discussions on its constitution, the scheme of delegation and the proposal is that the planning scheme of delegation, which is currently embedded in the constitution, is removed. So the drafting that you see in the documents refers to the current council constitution and literally lifts the authority that is contained in that constitution and puts it into this scheme of delegation and refers back. So it doesn't preempt the decision that the council will make at Civic Affairs around that proposal, but it accommodates it in the sequence of processes, because obviously if the council in Civic Affairs changed its constitution, you would then have to have a further meeting of the council to change its constitution to make this amendment. So the reason we're putting this to you now is that in the event that the council's constitution changes to move to a cabinet system, or in the circumstance that it doesn't, the arrangements, the scheme of delegation will be exported from either the current constitution or the future constitution as configured. We couldn't do it in reverse, Councillor Bajan, because if we waited for that decision, we then have to change the constitution again subsequently to make this, to authorise this amendment.
Thank you, Stephen. I thought I walked
Can I
into
just
an
come back on
episode
that?
of Yes Minister just then. So the answer to the question, Councillor Bajent, is there is no officer presumption that we move to a cabinet position.
But the office, I can hear an echo. The officer said, I believe, as it prepares to move to a cabinet system. Now, if the officer had said, if it moves to a cabinet system, I think if these words are recorded, that it needs to be clarified, Chair.
Councillor Bajent, I think you're nitpicking, and yeah, you are. So I'm going to move on to Councillor Bradman, who's got a question to ask. Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that the officer referred to the scheme of delegation being referred to Civic Affairs at South Cambridgeshire District Council before it was referred to Cabinet, and it would be referred to Civic Affairs at the City Council before it was referred to full council. And I didn't hear anything about prior to moving to a Cabinet system in that representation.
We move the conversation on then to matters relating to the report and recommendations. Thank you.
Happy to, Chair. Just one question at the end, but a few comments. So firstly, this is all really good work. So well done to everyone concerned, all of us, officers, residents, developers who have put into this. So we can always improve, and we certainly are here. So this is really good. Just wanted to make a few comments along the way quickly. So officer mentioned efficiency, and we all want to be efficient. It's interesting to note that, just as a note really, that residents have never talked to me about efficiency. They've talked to me about, how good, usually positive actually, how good the debate was, which sometimes took hours, a big, robust debate, lots of comments and all that, and then a decision which I didn't like. But that's all by the by. The other thing I'd say is that we are told we're going to be a unitary authority in less time than it's taken to get this PAS review to this council. So, that's worth noting. And on that, we've got joint planning with South Cambs, but who knows who's going to cut loose from who? So they might not be with us, we don't know yet. And but I think it's all good anyway. The final comment is to say, where I started, it is a good thing. And even if we all go our own way, we'll still have better planning services between us, so good. My only little question is something I never thought of before, I should have, but the 5 representations, which is significantly more than we have at the moment, is probably a good thing. That's been said along the way. But we all know that the representations could say anything, like they could support the item. So if the 5 reps were supporting the item, is there a protocol about what happens then, or would it come to committee?
I think what happens when 5 representations are received is it triggers a delegation panel, as it's called. So the chair and vice chair of the planning committee and the officer then consider those representations and determine whether whether it's appropriate to go to committee or not. If there were 5 representations that essentially were in line with the officer conclusions on the scheme or didn't raise material planning reasons, then it would be open for the chair and vice chair to agree with the officer that it was delegated.
Thank you. I did raise some of my, not concerns, but just some areas I wanted to be looked at the Planning Committee for City. But just to reiterate, I'm a little bit disappointed that the scheme of delegation, which is a new thing for the city, didn't come through the planning review group, because I went to every single meeting, and that's been done over the break and sort of brought straight forward to full committee, because as I mentioned, I have actually Councillor Smart chairs City and Councillor Smith and Councillor, but I have absolute confidence you would be fair. But I think it is interesting that then it's always one political party making the decision, and I think it's just a concern. But I am reassured, I think, from Stephen's replies that particularly for the first 12 months, chairs and vice chairs will be very mindful of that to make sure we are absolutely seen to be fair, because it's the perception. And again, I think I'd welcome the same reassurance from Stephen that kind of caution will be used. I do have some concerns about prior approval being fully delegated. And again, I raise this, you think of the Marshall's mast, you think of the Jesus Green mast. Actually, under this will never come to committee. But I think, if Stephen's willing to reiterate, I think you did say last time that, in effect, if we did have representations, we'd need to consider that. Because although prior approval is prior approval, there are some grounds on which it can be objected to legitimately. And I think we probably will be seeing more of these coming forward with the pressure on development. So again, I would just like to note that, and particularly I think for the review in 12 months, we really need to look carefully at that. I think I mentioned last time the speaking rights. I think we just need to tidy up the way it's written, because at the moment it suggests the written representation always gets read out, but if you turn up, you get 3 minutes to share. So we just need to be clear on that. And finally, I don't object to change it to JDMC, but I do wonder, perhaps more for democratic services, it's really hard to see that this is a planning committee, because development control and development management, to be honest, meh, that doesn't sound like planning. So I wonder when we list this, that we actually have it listed under planning. Because if you're a resident and you think, oh, well, I live in the bits that are covered, you would go to City or South Cambs and you would look up planning and it's not there. So I think I understand why it's changing to JDMC, I have no problem with that, but either definition is not public friendly. So I think for this particular committee, I would like to ask that we have some means of it being listed with planning in the title. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Kelly, would you like to just respond to the question about the prior approval and where that collides with political controversy?
Yeah, so those default delegations are designed in a sense to protect the council from a scenario whereby through a combination of circumstances we can't make a decision on an application and it then by default under the prior approval gets approved. Telecommunications being a classic case in point. I think where there are significant levels of sensitivity around it, the scheme delegation provides for officers to be able to refer items on that list to the committee. And obviously our objective is to try and make the best use of the committee's judgment and guidance in those circumstances. And so we'd seek to do that.
You cannot account for absolutely every single eventuality in writing. We have to trust the political sensitivity of the officers in some situations, and I'm confident that that will happen. And if it doesn't happen, I'm confident you'll draw their attention to it. So I think, it's cultural, and this is a combination. The way an organisation runs is by written code and unwritten code of practice. So I think you make a very strong point, Councillor Pora, but I think we can accommodate that. Did you want to respond?
Well, only to say the irony is I do have complete, as I said to Councillor Smart, I'm happy with how it works, but we don't know who's going to be in power in a few years. Look in America. Let's just make sure it's robust. And I think the review is going to be really critical that officers, I think it's really useful having those tables, and just we need to be really careful. And if there's one this year we're not sure about, better to put it to committee and regret that decision than not bring it to committee. And I think, but I at the moment have confidence that that would happen. But I think it's, as you say, this is for a permanent change. We need to make sure it's robust, whoever's sitting in the chair.
I would say, though, we don't bring party politics into the chamber when we're considering planning. Councillor Stobart, please.
Chair, thank you. I have two lines of questions. Could I take them in turn? The first one around the delegation panel. I think it touches on some of Councillor Pora's issues. The delegation panel is constituted how? That was my first question. If it's in the text, please just tell me it's in the text. And secondly, the accountability of that panel, who asks a question of, is the panel doing their job well? And third, I think to this point of over-specifying criteria, I think striking the balance is always going to be particularly difficult, but I think leaning towards the professionalism of those making the decisions is the better way, because over-prescription is just too onerous and too many rules leads to too much time. And I think not giving the scope for judgment in these situations. So I'm sorry if I'm overlooking some of the text, but that was my first question. Yeah.
A very valid question, because the way it's drafted isn't crystal clear. So, Stephen, can you just...
Yes, I think the third comment was the third point was a comment. In terms of how's it constituted, it's on page 60. The chair and vice chair, and either myself or an officer nominated by me through the officer scheme of delegation that then exists and sits underneath this. And in terms of accountability about who asks if it's doing well, then in some respects, we've got a review of the process in 12 months' time. And we would hope that both councillors of the planning committee, but actually the experience in South Cambridgeshire, where we've run a delegation panel for a couple of years, is that third parties make representations and express their views about the delegation panel, and we obviously constantly take that feedback and take stock against it. And of course, perhaps the point I should have made in respect to Councillor Porrer's comment is that the arrangements that we're putting in place here and the reason at the conclusion of this process allows this planning committee to change its scheme of delegation itself if it's unsatisfied with the way in which it's being implemented or operated. So whereas at the moment it's not within your gift to change that scheme of delegation, the benefit, and we see it as one of the benefits of the change, is that the planning committee itself is in control of its delegation to officers far more directly than perhaps through the constitution, which requires a full council meeting to shift. So I hope that answers or reassures you.
Second question.
Could I just a supplementary to my first question? Would there be value in, because as I understand the delegation panel works per committee, is that correct? So there is one per committee. Would there be value in some kind of crosstalk, so having an observer from one of the other committees, perhaps a chair or a vice chair, to add that view? Maybe they're not a voting member, but to introduce some kind of interaction between the delegation processes of the three committees?
I mean, I think that's a matter for the respective councils and chairs to decide amongst themselves. We're not requiring it. There's a legal, just for clarity, legally, in the delegation panel, the decision that is made on whether the application is referred to a committee or not is a decision by the officer. And the reason for that is that in law you cannot delegate, that the constitution and the authority of the council either vests in a committee or in an officer. What the committee can't, what the council can't do is vest authority to make planning decisions in a third entity. And so the delegation panel, for clarity, is a discussion with the chair and the vice chair and the nominated officer, but the officer has to make the decision. To do anything else would actually be ultra vires and exceed the legal authority, and you couldn't have a delegation panel. So we went through that journey with South Cambs and with the lawyers, but it's probably helpful to clarify. In terms of who attends the delegation panel, and whether or not the chair and vice chair of one panel wish to be scrutinised in that process by the chair and vice chair of another panel committee, I think that's a matter that doesn't require the scheme to be amended. It's a matter that we can review as we progress. Importantly, the managers who are involved in the delegation panel, so the officers that I delegate authority to in that space, are working together. They're part of a kind of team, and so we do tend to compare notes, and indeed other officers go along for particular items. So I would suggest that it might be helpful to see how we report this in 12 months' time, Chair, and to get your reflections on whether or not you want to make any adjustments.
Just a question. Will the officer decisions from the delegation panel be reported to the next meeting?
What happens at the moment is that for example, in the event of a member calling, the member receives a letter, or will receive a letter explaining the outcome of the delegation panel, and a minute of the delegation panel and the reasons for the decision of the panel is published online, and you can see that on the South Cambs website at the moment operating. So that's the process. So there is public scrutiny of the decision that has been made at the delegation panel by the officer. And indeed, it's not reported to the planning committee because the panel meets, I think, quite frequently, more weeks weekly rather than monthly. And so there's quite a lot of cases transacted in that time, and it's not felt appropriate to report them because they're available online, and indeed the people moving or requesting that the application is referred are written to directly.
Question 2, Councillor Stobart.
If you will, thank you, Chair. So, perhaps the big question here is: have we tested this process with any of our more difficult applications, just to run them through? We know what actually happened, but let's present that to the new process and see if it works. I know that's very hypothetical, but it would behove us to just take a difficult example. And I just wanted to add, in my view, difficult examples, live out in the parishes. And if we took, it's just one right off the top of my head, the villages of Dry Drayton and Madingley will be profoundly affected by the pipeline that will be put in from the new reservoir, and there's a big holding kind of system just to the south of the village of Madingley. And those two villages are very concerned about their rights of way, the public rights of way, but also construction traffic. Now, they would dearly like to have a discussion about all of that ahead of any planning application. And I know it's not a simple case of a single planning application, but would this system allow them to have discussions ahead of formal application, and then to be assured that their voices would be heard as the process unfolded? So, sorry, that's a double-barreled thing, but in the very complicated cases, are the small voices still accommodated? And have we tested this with a kind of almost a pathological scenario to check it out?
Stephen, I'm thinking we're sort of talking about a development control forum, aren't we? Prior to an application being submitted.
I think that's what you're referring to, not the delegation panel.
Sorry, exactly. It's a broader question about the new arrangements.
I don't think we're making changes to the Development Control Forum process at all. So it's been running in the city, I know, for a number of years, and we're not proposing to change the arrangements for that. So we have a degree of experience about how that panel works. The delegated panel has been running since December 2020 in South Cambridgeshire, and so we've experience of that. I think the point about, just to clarify, the delegation panel is not a public meeting. It isn't a meeting like this meeting where people can make representations and appear and speak. But on major infrastructure projects or proposals, the planning performance agreements that we use for the pre-application process most definitely encourage and support early engagement with communities. And indeed, I think this committee, in fact, you're hearing further representations today about progress on a particular scheme in which extensive community consultation is a part, and which you are there to challenge the applicants on their community participation and hearing those voices at this stage. So I think your question, do the voices of communities appear in the kind of process? I think we would say there's nothing in the scheme and delegation in front of you today that should change that. And indeed, by understanding the process and seeing it applied more consistently, people's understandable anxiety about what a planning committee is and what it looks like we hope to allay with consistent, clear guidance, and indeed them watching a number of committee meetings, I'm sure, in advance through the streaming facilities to familiarise themselves with a single and consistent protocol. So we hope it's a positive. That's one of the objectives.
So, Councillor Bradman.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I just wanted to point out that I, as Chair of South Cambs District Council Planning Committee, and indeed my colleague, Councillor Peter Fain, as the Vice Chair, experienced these delegation meetings. So I wanted to reassure members that several things, as Stephen Kelly has told us, this has been running at South Cambs for some time, and it's a well-honed process. It's very neutral, it's very fair, and it follows very clear criteria. So our purpose in the delegation panel is to consider 5 criteria which determine whether this should be considered by planning committee or whether it should be delegated to officers. And I can't remember them all off the top of my head, but they include policy, a significant impact on the local community, significant local resident representation, and other things as well, and I can't remember what they are off the top of my head. But we follow those criteria every time, so it's very neutral and even-handed. But also, local members are invited to make comments. They're told that this application is being, they might have made a referral, so they're then told that the delegation meeting will be happening, and they are invited to make comment. And in fact, although we haven't had any, in my experience so far, local members are, or of the parish council, are entitled to contribute to that meeting, I believe. Although it's, as I say, not happened in my experience. These meetings happen every week because, of course, referrals happen on a regular basis, and the decision about whether something goes to planning committee or not is not made by the members. It's a recommendation by us to the officers, and the officers confirm or otherwise. Sometimes the decision is, well, if it's very hard to make the decision, it probably ought to go to planning committee. So what I just wanted to reassure members of the Joint Development Control Committee about is that this is a process that's been going on for some time at South Cambs, and in my view, and under previous chairs, it's worked in a very logical and reputable way, and the minutes are published on the website. So anybody watching, wanting to see what was the decision, can see on the website what those delegation meetings decided and why. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bradman. Councillor Connor, I think we've probably done this to death after this.
I was simply going to comment that I've also been chair for a while on the planning committee, and I will confirm what Councillor Bradman said. But one comment that I would make for members of the City Council and for this council is that I found it when I started on it, I found it took a little time to get my measure of it and getting my view across. You do need to, it would, I think, have some experience, be valuable for the members on the committees which have not got a delegation committee to have some time come to several delegation meetings that are already operating to get some idea about how to get your point, how to make sure you get learn how to assess and get your point across firmly. It took me 2 or 3 meetings really to get the measure of it, so I think that would be helpful for members. Oh.
Thank you very much. I'm minded now to take this to recommendation. So I'll invite Michael to read out the recommendations, and we'll take it the whole lot by a show of hands if you're agreeable. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So the recommendation is as set out on page 44 and 45 of your agenda papers from paragraph 2.1. It is recommended that the Joint Development Control Committee endorses the following for approval at Cambridge City Council Civic Affairs Committee and South Cambridgeshire District Council Civic Affairs Committee before the final approval at each authority's full council. Firstly, the Greater Cambridge Shared Planning Service Scheme of Delegation, December 2024, the amended Public Speaking Rights at Planning Committee, and the amended Members' Planning Good Practice Guide, with delegated authority for minor amendments to officers in consultation with relevant executive councillors. That the committee delegates authority for minor amendments to the drafting to assist in providing clarity only to officers in consultation with relevant executive councillor, and that a review of the revised scheme of delegation be undertaken in 12 months and a report prepared to each committee for consideration and action.
Could, anything else?
Sorry, Chair.
Just wanted to take into account the amendment sheet as well.
Yeah.
I've reviewed this and there's very limited amendments on it. So Bradman?
Just to clarify, what became apparent at the consideration at South Cambs District Council Planning Committee was that there was a potential for confusion in the description, which is, if we just go to page 113, it referred, if you see at 3.7, it refers to three types of interest: personal, prejudicial and pecuniary. And then at 3.8, it refers to personal interest. And then 3.9, it refers to, they should discuss this with the monitoring officer. But then 3.10, 11 and 12 are under the heading pecuniary interest, but in the wording in there, it then confuses with personal and prejudicial. So what this amendment does is it separates out the purely pecuniary interest, which is itemised in 3, 10, 11 and 12, from the personal and prejudicial, which are in the previous paragraphs. So that's helpful and it's part of our consideration. Could I ask just one thing, Chair? Sorry.
Yes, go on.
In the recommendation as was read out, it said it would go to South Cambs District Council, full council, but in the reference that Ms Rodens gave in her presentation, it said it would go to Cabinet. I'm not disputing that. I just wanted to clarify that it will go to whichever body is the decision-making body at the council. Thank you.
Chair, can I just clarify? Constitutional changes have to be voted on by the full council of both authorities.
Stephen. So the substantive amendment to the amendment on the amendment sheet is actually the first line at 3.10, which clarifies pecuniary interests are defined in the regulations. So this is just for the record, so you know what you're voting on. So in that context, could members please raise their hands for those in support?
That's unanimous in favour, Chair.
Thank you. So that's approved. Thank you very much, and for all your helpful comments as well. The report has been endorsed and it will now be referred to the respective civic affairs committees and onward recommendations to our respective full councils. So we now thank you very much, Jane and Stephen, for all your work. We now move to agenda item 5, future joint development control meetings and proposed site visits. Yes. Okay. Welcome back. So agenda item 5, these are the future Joint Development Control Committee meetings, or it may surely be joint management, or whatever it's going to be called. Joint Development Management Committee meeting dates and proposed site visit dates of June 2025 to May 26. So please could Sarah Steed introduce this item?
Chair, we've followed the usual practice of trying to schedule JDCC meeting dates on the third Wednesday of each month, where that's practicable. And the site visit dates, they will be sent out as appointment holds in calendars, and we will cancel those as soon as we know whether they're required or not. So hopefully members can approve them.
Councillor Pora?
Thanks. Can I just check we've avoided the usual half terms? And also for the site visits, do we have a time? Just because for those of us who work, like the city ones are always 11 o'clock, for example. JDCC seem to have always been 2 o'clock, but it would just be useful to know because we'll have to shift our working hours around them. So if we have a set time, that would be really useful. Thank you.
There will be, Councillor Porra, but I'm not aware of the specific time at the moment. So if I can come back to members on that, that would be okay. I believe we have avoided, where possible, school holidays. There is a meeting that's scheduled in August, but obviously we're mindful that that is a busy time for holiday periods, but that is in the diary in case that meeting is required.
So can we have a vote on these dates? Those in favour?
That's unanimous, Chair. Thank you.
Dates have been agreed and they will be added to the City Council's website in due course. So we now move to agenda item 9. This is the pre-application development briefing land north and east of Cowley Road, Hartree, north east Cambridge. Could the developers introduce themselves and their colleagues assisting with the presentation? You have 25 minutes to present your proposals, and once the presentation is finished, councillors have up to 45 minutes to ask questions. Extendable at the chair's discretion, which no doubt will be exercised in due course. Mike, if you could introduce yourself and the others, that'd be most much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Ladies, councillors, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Nice to see you all again. For those that don't know me, I'm Mike Bodkin. I'm Head of Planning with Town, and along with Land Securities, you and I, we're the appointed master developer on behalf of the site, the Hartree landowners, Anglian Water, and of course Cambridge City Council. I'm joined in the room by my colleague Nick Taylor, who is from Carter Jonas, a planning partner, and he leads on the planning aspects of the development. We've got an extensive number of technical team members online today, and I'll ask them to introduce themselves before they speak. And I'd just like to give apologies from Ben Cartwright from Land Securities, who's unable to join you here in the room today because of family matters, but he is online. I'm conscious that many of you will have seen presentations from us twice already, and I'm not proposing that we go into the whole of the detail, but I am also conscious that not all of you will have seen them. So I just want to take an opportunity to go through some initial slides and some of the background that brought us back here today. Thanks, Nick. So you know the site, it's in North East Cambridge. It's a fundamental part of the regeneration of North East Cambridge as a whole, and dependent upon the relocation of the Cambridge North Wastewater Treatment Plant. And you will be aware that last week the Secretary of State decided to defer his impending decision on the development consent order, and we will touch on the implications in terms of programme a bit later in our presentation. Thank you, Nick. Just wanted to pick up some of the numbers that sit. I mean, first and foremost, we're about creating a quality place, not about numbers. However, there are some important numbers that sit behind the master plan and the proposals that we're bringing to you in the outline planning application a little later this year. In respect of homes, we're at 5,600, an important figure in respect of the Housing Infrastructure Fund to relocate the wastewater treatment plant, and of which 90% will be apartments, 10% houses. Members will also be aware that we issued a paper yesterday in response to a really helpful series of questions that have been posed of us. Apologies for the late issuing of it. We did get it out within a week, just about, of receipt. And I would draw attention in there are quite a number of responses on the issue of affordable housing, which I know is very close to members' hearts. We're proposing to be compliant, policy compliant on affordable housing, 40% on market housing, and 20% on the build to rent tenure. No doubt you want to come back a bit later on that point. Thanks, Nick. Just a reminder that we're an outline planning application in order to provide the right balance between certainty and flexibility with a development that's going to have a build-out lifetime of 20 years or so. We need to ensure that we have that right blend of flexibility and certainty. So we've been talking with officers for the last couple of years about how we fix the development through a series of parameter plans, a design code which will be submitted at outline planning application stage, and a development specification which really enshrines the nature of the development and goes back to some of those numbers that we touched upon previously. And then a lot of the images that you'll see when Nick gets to the interesting part of the presentation this morning relate to the illustrative master plan, which we have produced in order to help define actually what the parameters should be. So we are confident that it can be commercially delivered and that the kind of quality place that we all aspire to at Hartree will be delivered. Thank you, Nick. So we are here for the third time in front of you today, and the third time in a series is always perhaps a little difficult. Think Indiana Jones and the Lost Crusade. It's very much, thank you, next one. It's very much part and parcel of a wide and broad series of engagement activities, which has been going on for over 4 years now. Some of you will have attended some of these events. We had a 2-year festival in late 2022, 2-day festival in late 2022, which was really successful in engaging local people and a wide range of stakeholders in the emerging plans. Thank you, Nick. So just to recap, we came twice last year, and in particular, the second session, we touched on the indicative master plan and the uses. We talked about design connectivities, about the sustainability of quality of life principles, and we had lots of questions and discussion on those points. Transport and parking, and particularly estate management. It was also agreed that we would come back with this final presentation which would cover some of these specific elements of the Hartree proposals. Nick, thank you. So here's our agenda for today, and just a reminder that there is the paper that we issued yesterday, and we've got further paper copies of that if anyone would like it. And we will be touching on that during the presentation, the rest of the presentation, and no doubt in questions as a result of that. But I'm going to hand over to Nick now. Thank you, Nick.
Before you do that, can I just check with the members of the committee who've got paper copies in front of them?
I haven't printed them out standard.
No.
Chair, are you talking about the bit that starts landscape and open space? We were sent an email, we were emailed the presentation, but we haven't
Once it's circulated, you'll see whether you've got it or not. So. So it runs to several pages, so
Go and print some more out.
so we'll just go and get some printed off so members have got them. By email. They've been sent to you, yeah.
I'll go and print them out.
Yeah, so we're going to get some printed out. Okay.
But you can carry on, I don't need to be.
Okay. Okay. So
I'll
while
pass
that goes
over
on,
to Nick
please
to
carry on.
continue. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Good morning. As Mike said, the note that you'll receive, you have received, and hopefully you'll get paper copies of shortly. We've got, it's 13 pages, and it goes into some detail addressing the supplementary questions that you asked us to respond on. And we've got colleagues, if anything comes up through the Q&A session, our colleagues, as Mike said, will introduce them if we're required to help go into a bit more detail. So these are the 6 items that I'm going to talk to today. And the first one, landscape and open space. And in this section, it's worth emphasising that the design of the illustrative master plan and the proposals, we've had your adopted development plan and your emerging policy, both in terms of the Greater Cambridge Local Plan, the Regulation 19 version of the AAP, and your own guidance to us to exceed emerging policy wherever we can. And on some of the slides and things that we'll look at on BNG, on open space, on water, for example, we are exceeding emerging policy. So we've had regard to that. So just worth putting that into some sort of context for what we're about to go through. Worth having this wider illustrative master plan slide up as well, just because it shows the level of greenery within the scheme as a whole. The important fundamental design principle for the project team was to retain as much of the existing landscaping as we have, in particular along the first drain, in particular along what we call the green ribbon, which is the belt along the A14. And a variety of open space is provided. The total you see there of 19.48 hectares is in excess of the emerging AAP policy requirement on a sort of pro rata basis for the size of development that we have. And it's a blend of different types of spaces. And we've included some images on this slide which shows that informality. It's not just meant to be sort of football pitches. It's meant to be gender inclusive in terms of the informality of the space and how it can be used. And again, the breakdown provided here between informal space, play, sports, and also food growing. I think a particularly important point to make is that the master plan as a whole, and this applies to everything, but I'm saying here specifically in relation to the landscape and open space, the site is open to everyone. So apart from sort of courtyards, which might be serving residents or their own roof gardens, as you can see, this is a completely open master plan. It has a series of gym and fitness trails, and any resident from the surrounding area can access this. So it's designed to be completely open, but at the same time, and again, if you sort of look at some of the blocks, you can see how there are courtyards, so residents can face into their own open space, and then they can face out onto streets. And 2 particular features to emphasise. You can see what we call the Central Park, Central Square area, which is where there are 3 existing water tanks that are being retained. And then you can see the diagonal play line that cuts through from a sort of southwest to northeast, connecting through the whole of the site. So our commitment to landscape and open space is sort of very clear and very, very reflected in the numbers that we're talking about in terms of the 19.48 of open space, and then mentioned earlier, complementing the provision of private open space, which is balconies and roof gardens. And these are some of the images which were taken from the supporting application documentation. So working in a sort of clockwise direction, that's an image of the first drain being opened up. We've then got an image of the play line I just mentioned, which cuts through the whole site. We've then got, if we retain, and part of the discussion ongoing is retaining some of the historic features on the site, more industrial heritage, and that's retaining one of the towers. And then we've got the Central Park, and then looping back round to the images of the wetlands. So that's the approach to open space. In terms of biodiversity net gain, when we came to see you last, you asked us to go away and increase from 10% to 20%, which we've done. It's slightly over 20%, and in each of the categories. So habitats are grasslands, woodlands, etc. The hedgerows in particular along Cowley Road West, as we would call it, and then planting a new hedgerow as part of the green ribbon to the A14 corridor. And then by opening up the first drain and making use of the existing water features, again, a very significant gain in the watercourse units, and then achieving on-site on a number of the plots with green roofs. And this is right across the whole site. You did ask a specific question around the green corridor, which again is the strip along the A14. In that particular area, there is ongoing discussions about a woodland management plan, planting for the future maintenance. That's just grown wild. There's a lot of ash in there. It's going to die back naturally. So this is about a positive plan for the whole of the lifetime of the project to look after the open space across the whole site. Water strategy, which has been agreed with Cambridge Water and the Environment Agency, it's a combination of things. It's about being water efficient, it's about reducing demand, and it's about recycling water. And what this image does is show on a residential block, for example, how we might be able to recycle water through the building. Crucially, it mentioned emerging policy, the water usage is estimated to be capped at 80 litres a day. The current UK average is 142 litres, so a very significant reduction in line with emerging policy for residential buildings, and similarly for commercial buildings, achieving a 55% reduction from current levels. And what we're showing here is current thinking in technology. Mike mentioned this is a 20-year build-out programme, so through Reserve Matters applications as they come forward, emerging technologies and better technologies can be drawn upon at those individual phases to achieve the water efficiency targets that we've set. You've also asked about surface water treatment. We're planning for the 1 in 100 year climate change event with 40% climate change and a series of swales across the site. On the image earlier, I highlighted the water tanks. We're using those. We're using the existing ditch along the green ribbon, and then along some of the streets there'll be areas for swales to be included. So the site-wide attenuation strategy has been agreed, as I mentioned, with Cambridge Water and the Environment Agency. In terms of sustainable design, it is an outline planning application, so we're not sitting here asking for approval for specific blocks, but what we have done is test the blocks that you can see to ensure that there are no single aspect north-facing units, to understand how we can maximise dual aspect in the scheme, and depending on the block and the type of block, the current levels are between 70 and 90%, and they can be tested further and hopefully achieved still further through the refinement that we will do at Reserve Matters stage. Looking at this slide in terms of a sort of cross-section of one of the squares in the courtyards, there are tall buildings proposed on 9 plots within that overall master plan that I've just shown you, and those rise up to 10 stories, again in accordance with the guidance in the emerging AAP. The buildings are all adaptable, M42 and M43, with the provision of blue badge and accessible parking on streets close by to the relevant homes. And again, harking back to the earlier slide, there's a variety of typologies, scales and densities and active streets throughout the whole scheme, with generous space and public realm. So this shows a courtyard within the blocks, but again, the distances between buildings, facing buildings, achieving standards, and all of the residential units have been designed to exceed national minimum space standards, and that's been a feature that's been tested by the project team through the preparation of their application material. In terms of mobility and parking, on this slide we've highlighted the location of the mobility hubs. The level of parking overall for the residential is between 0.2 and 0.36 for the residential. The trip budget's in discussion and at the moment in agreement with the County Council through the modelling exercises. What this shows is that from those 4 hubs, all parts of the site are very accessible. Mentioned the on-street blue badge and accessible parking, which is dotted around the entire site, serving the relevant homes. But the hubs themselves are very much where the parking will be, and that will be parking for residents, for businesses, for car clubs. We'll then have the ability to, and one of them possibly, that will be the location on the ground floor for the supermarket use, again, to kind of generate the hub. And then Amazon deliveries, cycle clubs, all of those efficient ways of putting everything that we need for movement purposes into the one buildings. And then the darker blue line is the bus service moving around the site. So again, buses accessing, cars really being taken to the edge of the site. So the more you get to the middle, the tighter it becomes, less able to move around with the private car. In terms of parking and enforcement, what this shows is the controlled zones around Hartree. What we have done through the reduced parking numbers 0.2 to 0.36, we'll work with the relevant authorities and agencies to control parking permits, to control within that area, and that's something that can be fixed through the detailed approval of the planning permission to restrict parking and numbers. Finally, on estate management and stewardship, which is something that you've asked us about, the current proposal is for an estate management company for the whole of the development, sitting alongside either a community interest company or a community development trust, and that's very much, those two are the vehicle or the mechanism by which the residents have their most say in terms of the future management and maintenance of this area. And they're directly involved, and it's also part of the income generation process to give residents to reduce their service charges in the future and give them a say in how this, in how the development will operate. And what we have here is, just to give you some sense, an indicative management structure. This isn't the exact structure, it's just one of a number that might be contemplated, and that will be determined through the planning application stage. But this gives a sense of the level of consideration that's already been given as to how estate management and stewardship would work for Hartree over the duration of the development.
Thank you, Nick. So just before we finish and invite questions, just a few points. You know, a reminder that we are an allocated site under the adopted local plan, and we've been working, as Nick said, with both the adopted local plan policies, but also looking to achieve or exceed the emerging North East Cambridge Area Action Plan and the Greater Cambridge Local Plan standards and policies. We have had an extensive and very fruitful and very helpful pre-application process with officers here, and we continue to have a dialogue with the county on highways and transport matters. The comprehensive engagement with the public, you will recall the slide, and other stakeholders. We've now frozen the scheme. We're writing it up, and we are pretty much ready for submission. We will be submitting, once the Secretary of State has, we're dependent clearly on an approval for the DCO, and then we'll be submitting shortly thereafter. And as part of our ongoing PPA, we continue to have discussions on the emerging Section 106 with officers, both City Council and County Council. And that concludes the presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Can we just have a short discussion about how we want to handle this? You've submitted some quite profound questions, searching questions, prior to this meeting. They were submitted to the developer team, and they've now produced this report. So one approach could be for the development team to walk us through these responses. And Katie Poor, you're not keen on that? Well, they're written up, but the point is that we're here together to, listen to what the response is collectively, which is the purpose of the committee. So, Councillor Bradman, do you?
Thank you. Since we won't have had, maybe if the response to the questions didn't come through until yesterday, members may not, I hadn't seen it, so members may not have had a time to read it. I wouldn't want any walking through to take too long, but I don't think I think it might be a good idea to do that. But what I wanted to check more importantly is you've kindly told us that this is now frozen. I just wanted to check that if we raise anything with you today, does that mean it won't be taken into account? Because otherwise, surely it can't be that frozen. Otherwise, there's no point in coming to us today. So I just wanted to check, you know, will you be taking things that we might raise at this committee into account? I did have some other questions, but I'll leave them till later.
Yes, of course.
Good.
If members raise a particular point, just pick up the BNG point from last time around. You said very clearly to us that you wanted us to aspire to hit greater than or 20% or over, so we've gone away and done that. So if there are some areas of work that are ongoing, I would hope that it wouldn't threaten the fundamental nature of the scheme, but we're here to listen to members' views. Absolutely, yes, Councillor.
So, Chair, it's entirely up to you how you want to run the committee, but I'm sure members will have some questions they particularly want to raise, including me, but I won't say it now until you give us the go-ahead.
Councillor Smart, did you have anything to...
Just add that, you know, this is a public meeting, so for the record and for members of the public listening now, they can get that information if we go through it.
Okay, so I think if you can just go through the paper, please, so we can hear from you as to whether or not you've answered the questions in sufficient depth.
For the benefit of those online, particularly the councillors online and any members of the public who are lucky enough to be listening, Nick's just going to share the paper so we can, from his PC, so we can go through that.
Councillor Stobart.
Chair, as we go through the paper, I'm sorry to interrupt. As we go through the paper, can we just chip in with a question? Is this okay?
On each section.
Yeah.
I was rather hoping not until we get to the end, because I know what you're all like. So otherwise we're going to be here for a very long time. I know it's important, it's a multi-billion-pound development, but let's just let the developers get through the piece, and then you can ask some questions. But I do want your questions, please, committee, to be absolutely concise, please. I don't want narratives. I want to the point questions so we can get through the business, please.
Could the
Councillor Bradman, you're doing exactly what I asked you not to do.
No,
So
Chair,
can we just get on with the presentation,
I just
please?
wanted to say, could the presenters just read out the question, because we can't read it from there, and nor will people online be able to read it. So can you just read?
Okay. So this one then is on layout and design. So this is delivering exemplar zero carbon development, layout and design. How will layout, bracket aspect, and design, single dual aspect, thermal management, insulation and smart ventilation, and materials palette contribute to zero carbon goals, prevent overheating and attenuate noise nuisance? Energy generation and distribution, what are the proposals for local grid management, on-site energy generation and distribution? So that was the question. Councillor Bajent.
Thank you, Chair. A general question before we start, and then a question about how we're going to proceed with this. There's going to be a design code. The development's going to take 20 years plus, and there'll be different applications coming along. My experience tells me that in 20 years' time, we'll be dealing with the design code that is absolutely out of date. But because of the economics of the issue, and I won't go too deeply into that, we are stuck with a development code that was 20 years old. And I would like to ask, is it possible to have a more fluid development code that updates as the possibilities for development change? So that's my first simple question. The next one is who will be living in these homes? Who's going to be actually living in them, what they're designed for? And my third question is, do we really, Chair, need to go through something that is already written down? We have the answers, I've seen the answers. This is more, we are here, I've come in today to talk to the developers, not to listen to them.
Right. In order to address this problem, right, members of the committee were invited to submit their questions so that the presentation could be focused on exactly what members wanted to hear, right? That's what we've done. Now we've got the responses, we want to hear back from them, please, all right? And your questions will be addressed as we go through the process. Please bear with me. Let the developers speak now, and let's get through the business. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. On your first question, the design code, absolutely, I would think we have all failed if it doesn't, if we don't have a design code that is updated and moves with the times, because in the 20 years' time, I know very certainly standards will be different, standards will be higher, technology will have advanced in terms of combating climate change, and our understanding will have changed. So we are talking with officers about how we review progress as we go along in terms of Section 106, but also matters like the design code. So I would imagine that there'll be periodic reviews, perhaps at the end of each of the three neighbourhoods, where we take stock and say, this is what we delivered, this is what we still want to deliver. Picking on an item, this is what, we thought we need X square metres of library space. Well, now we're doing Y square metres of something else because a library is something else in 2040 to what it is in 2025, for example. So absolutely, very, very important part of it. Just before we move to the presentation, who will be living there? We've actually undertaken a number of studies to look at the kind of profiles of people that might be coming to live at Hartree and North East Cambridge, to understand a working day or a day in the life of how they get around. And that work has actually been really helpful in terms of some of the nitty-gritty, like how would we deal with carers coming to Hartree to look after people in need of care, or how working parents get to school and then on to where they're going to work, or the co-working facilities, a whole range of stuff. And some of those pen portraits will be included as part of the planning application materials in the design and access statement. And we can provide the studies that we provide if members are particularly interested in any of that work. Turning to the first question about delivering exemplar zero carbon development, I think what I would say first and foremost is, as an outline scheme, we cannot provide certainty over some of the yes, we want to agree parameters, but what those parameters will mean in terms of the characteristics of reserved matters of applications that are coming forward is less certain at this stage. And also, it's really important that we don't just focus on one particular criteria, that it is about an integrated approach. And I know Nick's going to talk us through the detailed response in a minute. I know members are very keen to talk about dual aspect, and we understand and respect that. But being fixated on dual aspect to the exclusion of everything else will mean that you need more corners in your buildings, which might reduce the form factor, which impacts negatively on other sustainability criteria. It might impact on the need to build more point blocks, so you can have fewer of the kind of quality streets that we're looking and that we've based the whole master plan on. So whilst we understand members want to minimise, and we're absolutely working on that with you to minimise single aspect dwellings, it has to be part of the wider piece. Anyway, I'll pass on to Nick.
Turn on my microphone. Some of what's in this we have already talked to, so I'll jump over that quite quickly if I may. So I mentioned the 70 to 90% to 92% range for dual aspect homes, which is what the current modelling is achieving. Mike's talked about some of the challenges around the design in terms of the integrity of the master plan, but some particular elements out of this to highlight the noise barrier and visual barrier that the green corridor provides to the A14 is a very necessary part of our proposals. We do have an acoustic barrier proposed along the A14, and all the acoustic modelling shows that with that in place, the actual amenity for those residents in that northern part of the site, as you look at it on the screen, is a high quality one. Looking at the overheating modelling, and again, the design that we talked about in terms of courtyards, there are opportunities for mechanical ventilation. There are potential risks for overheating in some of the buildings, but again, we can design for that. And in terms of thermal envelope performance, again, the ambition here that we reduce heat loss and deliver airtight thermal environment better than Part L1 of the regulations and the emerging future homes and building standards. So again, very conscious of the detailed design that will be required through reserve matters. And there was a question around materials palette. We haven't got to that stage yet in terms of what that can be. But again, I think it was in response to the question around the design code. This will be tested at every stage of reserve matter submission to make sure that we are achieving the highest possible standards. So as thinking evolves on so many aspects of this, you will be able to test us and ensure that what's approved meets the relevant standards. We've broken because the questions were batches, we have broken them down slightly. So the next one was on energy generation. In terms of the draft AAP had considered a district-wide solution, but it wasn't actually progressed as a policy requirement. It's something that we can still respond to, but as a result, we've dealt with it through two ways: local grid management, so smart grid and on-site renewable on each individual block, so you can have things like communal battery storage, for example, and then on-site energy generation distribution, solar voltaics, etc., that will be used on individual plots. So again, that aspect of it will be delivered through reserve matters. The next question.
Chair, should we pause there and take any questions on this particular theme?
Councillor Stober.
Concern, you talked about dual aspect as a way of controlling overheating, but I think there's also the consideration of insulation for, addressing the passive house requirements for a certain amount of heat flow. I'm assuming that's within the same frame, so I won't go further with that. I think you've covered it, and it's a good consideration. Just one thing about on-site generation, wind power. You don't explicitly put it in, you put solar PV, but I think wind power ought also to be accommodated at this level. Yeah.
Councillor Khan.
You've got overheating there, you see as a problem here, and clearly with large buildings and large glass facades, you will have issues. You're planning, if you're looking to mainly heat by heat pump, which will be the means by then, if you're dealing with overheating, a ground source heat pump is much better than air source heat pump, because you can use the cool for the ground in the summer. Dramatic differences. I did some studies when I was working for Energy Cities in France, and looked at America, where in fact quite a lot of heat pumps are used, and they particularly use the ground source heat pumps for the summer because of the heavy cooling load. It's like a fifth of the amount of energy that you need. So I just wondered whether you'd looked at potential for ground source heat pumps there on the site, because that would, and networking of cooling from them, that would need to be designed at the early stage if you were going to do it into the whole system, and looked at the economics and how it might work out.
Yeah, I wonder if Gabriella from Useful Projects could come in at this point and talk a little bit more about some of the energy work that we've done.
Yes, hi. Hi, I'm Gabriela, Associate Sustainability Consultant at Useful Projects. So yeah, we have considered the technologies available. The preferred energy strategy, which is based on heat pumps, is supposed to be kept flexible to different technologies. We take an on-site, like a neighborhood to a plot-wide approach for the benefits of keeping things flexible and respond to emerging policies as well. So in the heat pump consideration, we could reuse the cool from the heat pumps as a way to mitigate overheating risk. But also to just add that the analysis we've done at this stage is full of assumptions because we don't really have a detailed design. So there are other mitigation measures that we outline in the overheating study that would be needed for the reserve matters application to review and address. So when we say that there's a cooling requirement is not a high requirement because it kind of tends to deal more with the nighttime overheating risk, which is also related to some of the nighttime noise levels. Just a caveat there. I hope that answers the question.
Sapura.
Thank you very much. It's an interesting point you make about the single aspect being balanced against some of the other design issues. I mean, I suppose the aspiration to be much nearer the 92 or above would be welcome. And I think we have seen some sites where it's only the affordable ones that have single aspect. I would hope that there will be a 10-year mix. And the issue of proper mitigation. And we've seen some where, you can at least have side windows on balconies and things like that. But I think my feeling is design codes in the future and some of the regulations will probably start outlawing a lot of the single aspects. So I hope that you'll continue to work towards that. And that the design code you have, it's welcome that they're flexible. I'd like to see things like reserve matters coming forward compliant with the future local plans, because this will be potentially 20 years later when we're building out, and it's important we build the best quality. Thank you.
Councillor Smart.
So on single aspect, you said earlier that there were no north-facing single aspect units, but there are single aspect units between the range of 30 and 8% of total. So I'm presuming approximately 1 in 5 will be single aspect. Do you have anything to say about the way the aspect of those single aspect units? So you said that there won't be any north. The way that the site lays out, it would seem to suggest that those properties will face sort of east or west sort of directions with their single aspect face. But if you could clarify that. I'm not quite sure if I'm still on the right agenda item, but just on 40% affordable and 20% for rent by.
Onto that.
We're on that? Yep. No. Not yet. Okay. All right. Just that one question then. Thanks.
Thank you. I wonder if Stefan could come in and say a little bit more, possibly in conjunction with colleagues at KS. Stefan couldn't be with us today, but I know he's keen to contribute on this particular item relating to single dual aspects. Stefan?
Yes, thank you, Mike. Hi, everyone. I think this is a important factor and detail that we've been working quite hard on across the whole team. And I think the background is that if we would reach 70% or some plots even much higher dual aspects, that is to be considered quite high and fantastic achievement, I think, compared to many developments in the UK and the world. We think, however, if we want to really have like a high quality environment, it's really crucial that we get good microclimate and good daylight and good qualities on the public realm as well, in courtyards and on streets and in the parks and urban places. And I think if we look at the 100% dual aspect everywhere, it would lead to having more tower type of blocks and not really continuous streets, and that would lead to much higher scale, to like buildings that are considerably taller across the whole scheme, and that would take away a lot of the good kind of microclimate, creating more winds and shades across the scheme. We also seen that a key factor is really the quality aims that we have, adding good insulation, adding good windows, having proper ceiling heights in apartments. If you do all these measures that Mark and Gabriella was talking about, you will have a really good indoor climate in apartments. So I think that's really where we are, and also addressing the energy sustainable kind of levels of this. If we do more freestanding tower type of blocks, that will also add a higher form factor, and we will need more energy to heat these buildings, and we will have more corners and things that are quite bad from a carbon measure perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bradburn, do you want to speak on this point?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. I just wanted to explore, so there's points, thank you for your answers to the questions. So you said no north-facing single-aspect dwellings, which is very welcome, but that implies some may be facing south, so that has a possible implication of heat accumulation. And then further down in your paragraph 4, you refer to reducing glazing area and maximising window-free areas, which is to maximise warmth and thermal comfort, I imagine. But I just wanted to understand two things. One is the balance of that and natural light. And the other is, don't forget, this country is actually quite cold. So yes, I know we're thinking about thermal accumulation that's unwanted, but can we also remember that there are some flats that can be blinking cold and damp and dank if they don't have, you know, a suitable heat accumulation option. So how are you balancing? The other one I wanted to ask was about the national minimum habitable square footage standards. That are all the apartments and flats designed to have minimum standard, well, above minimum standard area?
A very simple answer to the latter question, yes, or meet or exceed the national minimum space standards. I mean, in terms of acceptable living standards, you know, we want to strive to be much better than what the standards are. And I wonder if just Gabriella could say a little word more about the testing that we've done on the illustrative master plan and in order to help to allay some of your concerns.
Yeah, sure. We did test daylighting, internal daylighting for some sample units, as well as we did the energy calculations to check what would be the carbon emissions from Part L. So we have balanced the air tightness, thermal envelope performance, and sort of assumptions on window area with the amount of light that could come into the internal spaces. So we know this is, again, a bit more detailed, but that consideration of performance has been thought holistically from a thermal perspective as well as light.
You've thought about the potential for cold, you know, a flat being cold as well as being over hot.
Exactly, yeah, with the insulation levels. I think the point on the free areas was just to maximize potential for natural ventilation, but then users would have an ability to control their own environment. So the heating component is reflected on reduced sort of good performance levels for U values and air tightness across the master plan, as well as ventilation approaches for good air quality. So reducing potential for mold, purge ventilation, so all of that is considered.
Thank you.
I think the main takeaway from this is you've had reconfirmation that we're concerned, this committee is concerned about single aspect, and when you come back, planning application time, then I expect you to be talking in more detail about what the internal microclimate will be like in these single aspect dwellings, to give us assurance about the concerns that you've heard. I'm alarmed, though, that there may be as many as 30% single aspects, that's 16 over 1,600 dwellings, and I think you might struggle to impress the committee at that point with that kind of percentage. So the work continues, and we'll see where you arrive at. Can we just then move on to the water questions, please? I'll read them out for the benefit of the committee. So this is about water supply, consumption and recycling. There are four. Was one question about surface water, but we'll handle that separately. We'll just do the three water ones first. So water supply, does Cambridge Water Resources Management Plan provide for both the domestic and the commercial users? Water reduction, what are the consumption targets and how will they be delivered and monitored and managed? And water recycling, what are the proposals to capture, store, process and recycle grey water, which I noted was in the part of your presentation. So can we just go through those, please, and then we'll do the questions at the end, okay? Thank you.
Could they take the presentation down so we can see who the speakers are? Because we're only seeing the words. It's up to you. It's
People who are online can read the document, Councillor Bradman. So I think
fair enough.
they don't want to look at me, they want to look at the document, okay? Or anybody.
So again, some of this we've touched on, and I'll try and just pick out the new bits. Water supply, does Cambridge Water Resources Management Plan provide for both? The answer is yes, it does. The Cambridge Water are in the process of updating it because their response to the regulator that they submitted last year acknowledged that there's a greater quantum of commercial development coming forward in this part of Cambridge, and therefore they are looking afresh at that. We had a meeting with them a couple of weeks ago and they referenced that and said we will be back in touch. But in terms of the approach that we've taken, the metrics that I mentioned in terms of the 80 litres per unit for the residential developments and achieving the 55% reduction on the BREEAM requirement for commercial buildings. So that's sort of agreed as where we are today, but if they change their position, and we are liaising with them on that through our submission, if their position evolves and the standard changes, then we will have to respond to that. So the answer is yes, we do. It does respond to both. I've touched on the targets. There was the image on the screen which gave one illustration of how we might recycle rainwater and the technology that's available within buildings, commercial and residential, to allow us to monitor the control, and that again can be controlled through planning condition. I don't know if that's sufficient because it was something that was included earlier, so I'll stop there and we'll come back to site-wide water attenuation as a separate topic on the next page.
Chair, thank you. So one thing that had stopped the, if you will, supply of recycled, recaptured water, however you could describe it, as the Eddington team suggested, to bathing standard, was still, when I last looked, not being allowed by the Drinking Water Inspectorate. That was an issue. But presumably we're looking at a time when it won't be an issue, and I wondered how we were making progress to that. And I think it was down to the fact that the legislation creating water supply companies did not permit anything but the supply of drinking quality water. So there is a legislative background which I think it'd be helpful to hear about.
Thank you, Chair. Just briefly, the image that Nick shared is one particular solution that has been agreed by Cambridge Water, with Cambridge Water and the Environment Agency as meeting standards today. But because it will be delivered at a plot level, that means that it can move forward over time, and there's no expensive site-wide infrastructure that might become redundant in a few years' time. Gabriella, do any of your colleagues at Youthful Projects wish to come in on this point, or should we leave it at that?
Fred is in the call, so he can respond.
Fred is our expert in relation to water. Fred.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. I'm Fred Labbe from Useful Projects. We have developed the water conservation strategy. And I think, as Mike said, the preferred approach at the moment is for all the rainwater harvesting and water recycling to be within the plots operated by the plot managers. So there's no site-wide water supply, non-potable water supply that would require a different standard for water quality. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, thank you, Fred, nodding in the room.
It does, and I think the target, aiming for the target of 80 litres is really commendable, so excellent.
Any more questions on water? These sections on water are it's all very straightforward and clear, and I think the developer is really sort of on point with this. Can we just turn then to the surface water drainage? What are the proposals to prevent and manage surface water flooding? Thank you.
I mentioned the targets that we're designing to, which again have been agreed with the Environment Agency and the LLFA. It's about capturing and then releasing the water. There's a network across the site and then individual on-plot proposals. There's a network of SUDs, and I particularly mentioned the swales that will be included within the green ribbon along the A14 corridor. There's the ability to intercept water in some of the tanks that we are retaining, and then there'll be intercepting water, surface water runoff from roads and footpaths. So there's a network of interceptors across the site and before entering the sort of the ground drainage system. So it's a site-wide strategy as well as individual plots designed to meet the 100-year plus 40% climate change. And as I mentioned, that approach has been agreed with the LLFA and the Environment Agency.
Councillor Bradman.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for that. And in your last paragraph on this section, you say that basically SUDs will intercept surface water runoff and then prior to entering the below ground drainage system. And what I just wanted to remind you about is that when we were developing the site around Cambridge North Station, you may notice that the ground level car park is entirely made with permeable paving. And that is because the ground below this whole area is riverine gravels, and the recharge of water, surface water drainage, into the ground below ground level actually recharges underneath the railway and into our floodplain and traveller community on the east side of the railway. So what we need, I would like reassurance about, is that you will be capturing the water and you won't just be releasing it into the groundwater, and it will be piped in a way that doesn't recharge through the gravels underneath the surface level and to our community at Fen Road, Chesterton, because that's a very severe problem and a local concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. For this one, I'd like to bring in Matt Fox from Pale Frishman, who's been leading on the surface water drainage, and I'm sure he can answer in detail your questions.
Hi everyone, good morning. Yeah, so in terms of groundwater, so the predominantly across the site, surface water is captured across plots and sort of adjacent to highway within said features and swales, as Nick has mentioned. In terms of the groundwater interface, we're not proposing any kind of site-wide infiltration features across the site. There are sort of localized areas of permeable paving or permeable surfacing within landscape areas, for example, but that would not be discharged off-site. That would still be controlled in line with the existing arrangement, and our surface water discharge will run off to the first drain along the eastern boundary of the site. So that has been considered.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Hawkins, would you like to ask a question?
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's about water generally. I think if I remember, there are 3 tanks on the site that was mentioned that are to be retained or might be retained. Are these water tanks? Are you going to be using them for water or something else?
Correct, Councillor. They are water tanks that were formerly part of the wastewater treatment process and in fact have been disused for some time, and we've been exploring the potential for them to be reused as part of the surface water drainage system, and actually also providing a bit of a touch of historic legacy infrastructure on the site. Matt, did you want to say anything more on this point?
I think that covers it off, Nick, unless there are any more specific questions on that. But yes, in summary, they will form part of the kind of open realm strategy, which I think will be covered shortly, and also integrated into the surface water management system as well.
Thank you.
And just to say, we've had studies about the construction and the safety and security of those tanks, which are clearly an important part of the consideration.
So we move on then to 4, which is the affordable housing. So this is scope, 40% affordable dwellings, the tenure mix of the, looking at the intermediate dwellings and the dwelling sizes, as well as pepper potting and the tenure mix phasing. So there's a lot there on the housing element. So if you could walk us through those responses.
Yes, Chair.
Thank you.
So first and foremost, on the, I touched on this in the presentation, we're proposing 40% affordable on the market dwellings and 20% on the build-to-rent dwellings. That's in line with national and local planning policy. On the tenure mix,
Something's gone wrong. Go back to the.
so we've taken the 2024 housing strategy, which proposes a mix of 75% affordable and social rent, 25% shared ownership and other intermediate products. That is a starting point. At this stage, it's a little early to say because we're not at reserve matters yet, and each application will need to be responsive to the market and need in the area at the time. You know, we're a good number of years away from the first reserve matters application, but that is the starting point. If that mix changes in the meantime, then it will be a different starting point at where we're at.
Councillor Poor and then Councillor Smart.
Thank you very much. I take your point, it's policy compliant. Build to rent, 20%. I don't think that's a local plan policy. That was the government bringing it in between local plans. And certainly, if I've done my maths right, it's only 35% overall on the site then if you have 20% of 25%. So I think build to rent, I think for community buy-in, for this is a big development, people want to see everyone being included. So I would hope that 20% build to rent might just be the lowest possible. It is policy compliant, but you know, 40% is what we want for affordable homes more generally. I know in terms of tenure mix, I do appreciate that there is some pressure to have separate doors and entrances for the more affordable. I really hope we have got some developments where it's very clear which are the affordable blocks. They may be tenure blind, but you can just see from the condition which are private, which aren't. I hope that would be avoided. And I do note your concerns about shared ownership, which I think we've raised before, and I think any other innovative ways that that could be looked into would be helpful. But it's really the build to rent being at the lowest possible 20% that I wanted to just highlight, because I think that for the community wanting to move there and seeing it built there, that's an issue. Thank you.
I understand members' concerns on this point, whether the team understand where you're coming from. You know, we as master developers won't be providing any build-to-rent developments ourselves. The market works at 20%. We only know of one development that's achieved more than 20% from our advisors in one part of London. And I think, again, I'm sure the market in 2035 will be very different to the market in 2025. So I think all we can say is we understand members' aspirations, that there are ways explored in the paper to try and achieve more than that. I think Homes England Road here will be a very interesting one. The other point to touch on, I think, in terms of build to rent, generally, I know members came on and looked at a series of developments previously. I think we're looking to identify perhaps some build to rent developments specifically for a further site visit, perhaps later in this spring, if members are keen on that idea.
So I think the answer on this point is that this is over 2 decades, and the build to rent fad may well have disappeared or become an acceptable tenure. We cannot predict it, but I'm inclined to support your aspiration for the 40%, because we do know that's something that never goes out of fashion. Councillor Fane, please, and then Councillor Khan. Did I miss you out? I did. Well, you've been before, so you can. We've got a new speaker now. So, Councillor Fane.
Thank you, Chair. One aspect or one type of affordable, which is becoming increasingly common, is of course shared accommodation, or we sometimes call them HMOs. We find that they tend to occur by converting residential properties intended for families, and they're often not very suited for those who live in them. There's very little in terms of what I would call HMOs by design. Do you see that as a form of property that might be designed in here, or would that be a matter for those doing build to rent?
No, we don't see HMOs as being something that is likely to come forward at Hartree. In terms of build to rent, we're looking at a very much more quality product with potentially some co-living, as well as, you know, we've talked before with members about co-housing being 2 very distinct products, co-living, co-housing. But the nature of a co-living product is very different to the HMO, and we're talking about a sort of professional with a small p product here at Hartree.
That's a no then. It's a very valid point, and there are many people who live in Cambridge in shared accommodation, young professionals. So you think about the build to rent, you'd be looking at £2,000 per calendar month, that kind of rent. So even with the 20%, it's still a stretch for the kind of demographic profile you're looking at on this site. But in shared HMOs, then it becomes much more affordable. But you know your market, apparently. So, Councillor Khan.
Councillor Fane has covered basically some of the points I want, but I wanted to come back in terms of what you see your market, whether it's people living permanently, so to speak, or short-term. There's a big market, I mean, probably likely to be an increasing market with all the new lab space that's being developed in the area of short-term, early career people. within my ward is the Orchard Park development, which is rather similar but not as dense. But HMOs has been the really big problem there. Houses being converted into HMOs. So I think you may find that whatever you hope about having it, that's what you end up getting. That's the risk. And if it's not planned for, you may get substandard. The result may actually be substandard in what you think is prestige. I think you should really consider what the look at the demand for that and how much that is going to influence. Because the type of development you're creating, high density, easy access, to good public centre aspects for people without cars is likely to attract people with that sort of demographic because it's what the sort of area they're looking for. I feel that it's a real issue to be considered, and the risk of undermining the quality of your development if you don't.
I think your points are well made and totally accepted, and undoubtedly there have been mistakes made in the past, which we can learn from. So, when we are selling parcels into the market, we can, as on behalf of the landowners have to be part of that process, and then they have to agree how the development will be built out and if there are restrictions on the end user, if you like, so you can't then rent it out, convert to HMO, whatever it is. So as well as the planning restrictions, both Anglian Water and the City Council as landowners have other opportunities to control the development through its delivery process.
I'm a little bit cynical in the sense that you can put conditions on, but it's difficult to enforce. And if there is a demand for it, for this sort of need, demographic, the pressure is going to be there, and you're creating a prestige development for something which is not actually meeting the market demand. I think it needs to be borne in mind.
I think absolutely it's borne in mind, but that's how we need to be responsive to the market and provide bespoke opportunities for people that need, that not short-term accommodation, but shared accommodation of a particular nature.
I think the point is the proposal you're bringing forward isn't reflective of the market you're actually landing in. I think that's now sunk in. So, Councillor Smart, please.
So, Chair, in terms of what you said about 2 decades away, I mean, I've come across this before as a councillor and as a resident. When's the right time to ask a question? Put a rhetorical point. It's too early. It's too late. So all I can do is make the point now, really. So, and when the developer says market, what he really means is a market economy, because profit is very much in the mix in this whole conversation about affordable housing. So with that, what we've got, unfortunately, as we always get when there's mixed tenure, is percentages of percentages. So percentages are things that most people don't understand. Percentages of percentages are things that some of us can't even say, let alone understand. So it's a very confusing area. So just to be clear, there's 20% build to let, 40% for the rest in terms of affordable. And of course, affordable in itself is a misnomer because it's not affordable, it's just a bit cheaper, that's all. What percentage of each? Well, in the document it says that 25% of that is built to rent and 75% of let the rest. And as Councillor Poore has said, you can calculate from that, if you times fractions by fractions, you can get the amounts. So the concern is really here, for me, about cutting to the chase, the build to rent element, which is the part that's more problematic, I think, for our residents who will be our residents. And build to rent is an area where, there are all sorts of financial problems that can be incurred. And part of that is about service charges, which can be very high, thousands and thousands of pounds in some developments around the country. So first question is, will those service charges be discounted at 20% to market, as will the rent of the properties? And secondly, about leasehold, we've had all sorts of problems with leasehold properties in this country? And will that be a problem for residents, or will you address that? I realise that you've got to run a tight ship in putting this development forward, but I just hope that you give our residents decent housing at decent prices, which is to be expected from any developer.
So in a normal rented house, the tenant does not pay the service charge. And this is a vexed question in context of build to rent. So do build to rent tenants pay service charges?
One would normally expect that a rent is paid and not a separate service charge. We are part and parcel of the estate management and stewardship arrangements is to ensure, and Nick outlined the fact that there will be a community interest company or a trust which sits as part of those proposals, and I think also in terms of freehold, leasehold, we're still discussing with the landowners how those factors will be taken into consideration at delivery stage and who will continue to own the land, etc. But they will be done with the interests of future residents in first and foremost in mind.
Can you just repeat the answer about the service charge? Are they included in the rent or are they additional to the rent?
They would, on a build-to-rent property, they would not be expected to be additional.
That's very good. That's very reassuring. Anybody else got a question? So you've got a follow-up question and then it's Councillor Page.
I realise, Claire, you did prompt the developer there. Those are weasel words that we heard. Now, if service charges are not separate, they are included. They are there somewhere. And my concern is that those costs will be excessive for people that live in those build-to-rent properties and may not be disclosed to us at the time when we look at the planning application in that way, because we don't really look at the money side of things. We're looking at other things when we look at planning applications. A question, Chair. It's a rhetorical statement.
Councillor Pagent.
Yeah, just topping up on what Councillor Smart said to start with. When we talk about a service charge, will we be talking about an affordable service charge or the same flat rate as everybody else is paying? I think that's the crux of the question. But I move on to my couple of points, only small stuff. When you talk about affordable, currently that means about front doors. So 20% or 40% is 40% of the front doors. Is it possible for you to consider 40% of the floor space? Because you could, in fact, build affordable housing which was all one bedroom. And I've always had a concern that the rules on this have been somewhat misappropriated to actually, you're not getting 40% of floor space, you're just getting 40% of front doors. So that's one point. And then on the question of HMOs, which is a really valid point, I think, if a group of people get together to rent a premises and they know each other, it isn't an HMO. So for students who actually know each other, they can rent a house and it doesn't become an HMO or even a large HMO. So that's an interesting thought. Have you thought about providing that sort of accommodation? And there is an increasing debate going on amongst some of the councillors that I'm moving with, and that is about, have you thought about providing a cooperative site on Hartree? I mean, we have a couple in Cambridge. We have a really successful one in Romsey on Argyle Street, where accommodation has been provided and is self-managed. And it's a really interesting concept for bringing together the dreams of socialist councillors, I didn't say Labour Party, socialist councillors and perhaps capitalists to provide a product that is really useful.
Chair, I see Fiona Bryant has got her hand up on screen, so I wondered if she wanted to come in on some of these points. Fiona.
Yes, thanks, Mike. If I may, Chair. Really just to look at the question on, just to point out again, I suppose, that as all members, certainly City Council members will know, the team has been trying incredibly hard to look at the affordable percentages across this site, and also the types of 10 years, etc. Obviously, this is an outline application at this stage, and a lot of the more detailed work and the detailed viability, and of course, all applications have to be deliverable, will need to be determined at the RMA stage. And I think we remain committed to those percentages and to trying to push those forward. Clearly we do, and I absolutely feedback to the team on every possible occasion the continued commitment to that, but that's what they're working on as well. But until we can get into a position at later stages where we can seriously negotiate with Homes England at a programme level, which is what we've started those discussions on, but it is too early at this stage. It is something which we do need to retain consideration of the cost. In terms of the tenants, I'd just like to back Mike's points about the fact that we really have worked hard on the estate management strategy too. We are absolutely understanding of the experiences in some places where service charges have started reasonably low and increased, whether they are included so that it looks like rent or whether they are additional to rent. And that's one of the reasons why it's incredibly important that we have looked at all the different options for management across the site over the future, and have proposed or are proposing the Manco to, if you like, professionally manage the operation, but the potential for a community-based estate management advisory committee or whatever it might be, to ensure that the tenants, the businesses and everyone are very involved in the strategy for that, and also to ensure that we look at the potential asset management across the estate so that can evolve into income generation, which will help keep those service charges as low as possible, whilst ensuring that they are professionally done and maintained in the right way. And that's for all residents, both affordable tenants and otherwise. So it is an ongoing conversation. We've also very much, I know both Councillor Bajan and others have put forward, co-housing opportunities. Clearly, in terms of the market side, town were incredibly involved in and led the development at Marmalade Lane in Cambridge, and that's been highly successful from that point of view. We also continue to explore the tenanted version at the moment, without the government support that was there, or the funding support that was there at the time of Argyle Street. It remains a challenging opportunity. And I'd have to be honest about that at this stage, but it is absolutely on the list of things that the team continue to look at. And if it is possible, we would like to bring forward something like that alongside a Marmalade Lane replica. Thank you.
Thank you, Fiona. Can I just pick up one point? You said there were going to be some income generating opportunities. What exactly would they be?
Chair, there are discussions going on, for example, around things like the community, if you like, owning and managing community centres, and or retaining income generated from retail assets across the site, so that from rental potential, so that could be used to then help manage those assets and manage the other space, and keep the service charges on individuals or as low as possible.
Can I add the letting of car parking spaces to that list as potential
Absolutely.
significant income generator and a way of managing the precious parking spaces that we'll be providing on site?
Thank you for that. I've got, Councillor Page, if you can just indulge me for a moment. I've got Councillor Williams wanting to speak, and then Councillor Hawkins. So sorry to keep you waiting, Richard.
That's all right, no problem at all. I'm tempted to say, following Councillor Bajan, that speaking as a capitalist, it does slightly worry me the extent to which we're sort of central planning here. So my question really is about the flexibility. I think members in the chamber have made various comments, and I think the chair did as well, about build to rent. I mean, we do have a situation here where the I think from the way I read it, a minority of the houses that are planned to be built here are actually going to go on the market, which is not going to help housing affordability in another sense, which is actually the ability to buy one, because the lower the supply of houses to the free market, the less impact we're going to have on prices. So it worries me that we're doing 20% build to rent and the 40% affordable is good, but the 20% over does take market to a minority. So anyway, my question really is, what's the flexibility in all of this? Because this is a 20-year plan. We don't know what demand's going to be like in 10 years. So if things change, how will how will they change in the actual delivery?
If you do
Can I just help you with your arithmetic, Richard?
Thank you, Chair, because I've been going over and over and over again.
I know it's quite complicated. So where we've got to is, and I do stand to be corrected, 280 build to rent, 1,680 affordable, of which 420 would be intermediate and 1,260 social. And that would leave a balance of 3,640 market properties. I do stand to be corrected, but I do think that actually the market is in the majority, not in the minority on this. And I think that's a very important point, because obviously this is about money and this is about deliverability, making it a viable scheme, or else no one's going to get anything. And that's the main point about it. So are you satisfied with that answer?
If you're right, Chair, that's great. I've been over it about 4 times. I couldn't work it out, but thank you.
Well, it's about that's percentage business we get into. Did you want to say anything?
Just to say that we have got some tables of figures. We've got plenty of tables of figures that we can share with councillors if it should be required. The point about build to rent is really important, that it can help with the tenure mix, so it gives an opportunity for a tenure, but also that it can help on delivery and speeding the pace, and an opportunity for people to access homes by providing more homes at a quicker rate than has been provided. And that's a fundamental part of the rationale to Homes England for their funding, about speeding the pace of delivery.
And I think members, we need to bear that point in context of the new housing targets as well. So we've got two streams of funding coming into the development, one from the institutional build-to-rent investors and one from the house builders. It's more or less how it goes, isn't it? So, Councillor Hawkins, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be as quick as I can. 2 things. I'm glad that Councillor Khan brought up the issue of HMOs on Orchard Park, and that was, that has become an issue. And they should, the developers should be aware of that, especially with the design of the buildings whenever that comes with reserved matters. In terms of the cost, the words about what was it, that the service charge is not expected to be paid by the tenant or whoever rents it. Those are just words. I think right now, those who are in build to rent flats are having to pay service charge. So just be aware of that, and I'll leave it at that for now.
Okay.
Thank you.
I can reply very simply that part of the process of selling sites to build to rent developers will include the criteria that the landowners and developer expect incoming developers to provide for their tenants. We've already talking in terms of Section 106 about minimum length of tenancies if tenants want a longer period. And as part of that process, it can be determined that the build-to-rent operators won't lump additional service charges on top of the rent, so that there is one charge that is very clear to incoming tenants, and the City Council and Anglian Water, as part of its actions as landowners, will be able to do that equally.
Sorry, Chair, can I ask how that will be monitored and managed?
So it would be as part of the ongoing processes of the master developer and the landowners, and separately in terms of the Section 106, we will have ongoing monitoring processes. Traditionally, the development industry hasn't been very good at looking back at what it's done, but we're not traditional developers.
Blowing our own trumpet. But I think given the stewardship and estate management proposals, best we've seen in this committee, and we've been asking for this kind of progressive approach, and I think that is commendable, and we encourage you to develop those proposals and come back, because they are exemplary as far as I can see. So, Councillor Bradman.
Just a quick clarification, it may come from you, Chair, because you had the numbers in front of you. We've been told 5,600 homes, of which 90% are apartments and 10% houses. But I wanted to ask whether the 25% build to rent are of the apartments only.
Can you answer
that? As yet, I can't answer that. If I would expect it to be principally apartments, because those homes will be very attractive for market sale. However, that's up for discussion and negotiation.
The market is for blocks of flats, principally because it's a big asset for an institution to get hold of. We're having multiple homes, isn't quite the same.
There are an increasing number of institutional investors in the kind of suburban single-family housing that we haven't seen to date, but that isn't really what we're talking about for Hartree.
That's happening in Northstowe, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, I would simply want to just remind you that the planning permission goes with the land and not with the developer. And while we very much may agree with that, we have to protect ourselves against possible future events. And that some matters such as HMO, conversion of residential houses to HMOs or properties are not within our planning control because of permitted development. And we need to also consider how that might be linked. You know, there are things that we can't control. We have to think about that in terms of our planning. Just a comment.
Councillor Smart?
So it's not a question, but I'll be brief. So, you know, I remain to be convinced that build to rent is a good thing for residents. If you can convince me at the planning application level, that'd be good. Fiona said service charges will be kept as low as possible. The developers in the room here today have said there'll be no service charges, so please clarify. If the service charge is included in the rental, and I understand that the way that the thing is going to work, if it's just lent out a 6-month contract or something, that it might not be appropriate to charge service charges as a separate element. If it's going to be compartmentalised in the rent, then that's to be noted, because we as a council have had issues with our compartmentalisation of our social rents in this authority, and it needs to be fair and proper and legal, so that, you know, we don't want a situation where tenants have paid rent and then it's all shouldn't have been paid or anything in terms of that part of the rent. I trust that people will understand what I'm talking about there. that's pretty much it, I think. So all I'd just say is, as I said already, what we want is decent homes at a fair price. And some of the places around the country, I've seen huge service charges and huge extra charges for extra pieces of work which residents may have to pay. And I don't like that. I think that, I know not everyone can afford a freehold, not everyone is in that situation, but everybody should have the right to live in a home at a fair price they can afford and not be put into jeopardy.
Chairman, I believe we have Deborah from, I'd say, on the call, and who has been advising on this whole issue of estate management and service charges, etc. And perhaps you could outline a little bit to help on this matter.
Yes, thank you. Hello, everyone. A couple of points, really. We're working really hard on the estate management plan, and I mean, I appreciate it being referred to as exemplary, and we're still on the journey. We're really focused on delivering service charges that are fair and equitable, but also affordable, which in the current market is challenging. But you have a lot of scale here, and that's very helpful. And we're also looking at, as we've said, income streams that can help provide a subsidy to some things that would normally be included in the service charge. And that subsidy can be allocated to particular tenures and including affordable, as long as you set up the purpose of the community interest company at the beginning. So we're trying to think really long and hard about affordability, running costs, people having a say in how the place is run. But just on the build to rent point, we do a lot of work on build to rent. So I'd just like to make some sort of clarifications here. Build to rent tenants do not pay service charges in addition to the rent. In fact, the only tenants that do pay service charge that's calculated in addition to the rent or as part of the rent separately are affordable tenants. All private residents don't pay service charge in addition to the rent. So I don't think that that's something that should be a concern. The landlord of build to rent pays all of the operational costs out of the rent that they receive. So that's a very well established process, and service charge is only delivered to leasehold properties, not to rented properties. In respect of sort of HMOs and sharers, we do see sharers in build to rent, as we do in all rental property. And sharers, you know, by sharing a property, it delivers a more affordable housing option. There's a big difference, I think, between sharers, professional sharers coming together and renting, as opposed to what maybe we're talking about as an HMO. Technically, shared housing is HMO, but it's not what you're talking about as an HMO. So I just wanted to clarify that point as well. But we've already started building an estate management budget really early on, so we will be able to identify particularly what the estate is going to cost to run through each phase, and then we'll be doing service charge budgets. So we will be able to deliver a lot of clarity on service charges and benchmark those service charges against other places to show that they're reasonable.
Well, thank you very much for those clarifications, Deborah. That was a really helpful intervention. I think what I would just say at this point, we're straying into matters which are around estate management and land ownership and decision-making over the disposal of plots. Fiona's on the line, but my understanding is that the site will be owned by an LLP, which is a joint venture vehicle between Anglian Water and the City Council. Can you just confirm if that's correct, Fiona?
Thank you, Chair. I think that discussion over the long term is probably still under discussion, but during the development period, yes, the land will be transferred to the LLP and will be and the operation of the development, if you like, will be overseen by the LLP and monitored. And the LLP is a joint venture between Anglian Water and Cambridge City Council.
So as matters stand, the City Council has a minority voice in the matter. So that
No, sorry, no, the joint venture is actually a 50-50 decision-making joint venture. Economically, Anglian Water own the majority of the land. So in terms of the sort of economic generation, it's a 20-80, with the 80% being Anglian Water, but decision-making, it's 50-50 joint venture.
Yeah, but as just said, we had a minority voice, Fiona. That's all I said. Sorry about that. Okay, so I've got Councillor Bradman, I've got Councillor Fane, I've got Councillor, no, Bagent, Ben. So Bradman and Bagent, please.
Thank you very much, Chair, and that's helpful because it feeds into the thought that just arose in my mind as we were talking, and it's a kind of future thought about, and I know the answer to this is no, but I'll ask the question anyway. Do we have any control over sales? Because what I'm concerned about is, for example, if this development, even by the individual developers, is marketed, for example, abroad, then what we can end up with is a population that doesn't represent the local population, but it represents a population from elsewhere. And so what I wanted to test was whether we can require or advise that this development should, certainly in the first instance, be marketed within the UK and within the local area in particular. I'll end there.
No, I think we're going down
Well, the reason I asked that
a line which I think is unacceptable. I mean, if people have got the right to reside in the UK, so for example, people who are from Hong Kong, they have an absolute right to buy or rent houses in this country without any discrimination. So I can't think I'd want to be getting into that at all, Councillor Bradman. Councillor Bagent.
That was a very strange set of remarks, Chair. I really just want to talk about overview here because I'm shortly going to have to leave the meeting. Councillor Smart and I and other people have talked a great deal about the affordability for people. And, you know, primarily, I suppose, we're looking, because we are politicians on a council, we're looking to house our own people, perhaps first in this, and that we want them to be treated fairly and not have to pay too high a price for everything. And service charges come into that. Despite the answer that we got, the reality is the service charge will be included in the rent one way or another, if it's separate or within. And the 20% is a big, you know, the affordability of that is important to us. And so are the amount of front doors. And yet I'm really aware of what Fiona said about the balance between making a profit and being able to afford to do it. But I suppose we as councillors, and I sort of, I'm imagining rather than speaking directly, we'll be making judgments based on how we can compromise some of the things that we really want with some of the things that the developer wants. And so I just would ask you to be really considerate about things like co-ops, things about front doors, you know, are they affordable, all going to be single bedroom flats to comply with a rule, but not comply with the morals of behind the rule. And the same with regards to prices. And I just wanted to say that because I'm going to have to leave the meeting shortly. But I agree with what the chair said. We seem to be dealing with very reasonable people. But I also know that eventually some people that are more inclined to be less reasonable in regards to the way that you're being reasonable will pick up these pieces of land and develop them. And I think we need, as councillors, to really be aware of that. I'm really heartened by the idea you're talking about flexibility as standards change. I think that really has to be built into any pre-agreement that we give, you know. I've enjoyed today and thanks very much, but I really think there's a big moral burden on the councillors that are going to have to listen to this when it actually comes in front of us.
Very much. Now,
clarification, please, Chair.
Hello.
Point of clarification, please, Chair.
Yes. I was going to suggest that we break for lunch if our development team is content to do that.
You just want to hear from Councillor Hawkins.
Sorry,
She had a question.
Sorry, did you want to answer this, Councillor Hawkins? Sorry, I thought you were asking.
No,
me.
Chair, I wanted to ask you, we seem to be straying and not asking questions about the design that's in front of us. And this meeting was supposed to have finished like 15 minutes ago. That's what was on the schedule.
That's correct, but we're dealing with a mega-sized development, and this is going to be the last chance for us to discuss this as a committee before we consider the planning application. Of course, members do stray into other areas, and I try my level best to keep people focused, but it is a difficult job. But I'm just going to ask the committee now whether they wish to break and come back and reconvene, or whether they've exhausted and had enough.
No, let's
It's your
break
call.
and reconvene.
You want to reconvene?
Chair, I'm always delighted to speak with you,
Thank you.
members. Personally, I'm happy to stay all day. I think Nick can stay. All I'd say is I'm not sure if all members of the technical team will be available all day, but if there are particular issues that we don't have, and so please accept our apologies in advance if we can't do that.
So can we break for 30 minutes, please? Is anybody not able to come back?
Chair, we'll continue online, if that's okay. Thank you.
I might not be able to come back, Chair.
So come back by 1:15, please. Thank you. Thank you. So, welcome back. Can we just move on then to the transport, the trip budget, modal mix and mitigation measures? So, the first one was about multimodal mobility. How does the scheme support mobility, for example, cycle, cargo, two-wheeler secure storage, being on the doorstep and hence the most convenient active mode of transport? And then we had what are design parameters are adjustable to meet mobility needs of groups, and car ownership. Do the trip generation models assume low rates of car ownership, noting only 20% of Eddington residents have cars? And mobility hubs, what was the brief for the hubs? What are they for? How will they work? And why have the proposed sites been selected? And have forecast low car ownership levels and use cases inform the specification for mobility hubs and wide provision of car-free streets. And then there's a question there, which is very important to Councillor Braddon, which is displacement parking, the measures that are proposed to prevent displacement parking in Milton and East Chesterton. So there's quite a lot here. So over to the developer team, and we could go through your responses to those questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And again, some of this we touched on in the earlier presentation, so I'll try not to repeat myself. And if we do need our transport consultant, Dave Watson from Pell Frishman is available, so he's stayed on. So I'll go through this, and when we get into the Q&A section, he's available. In terms of the first question around bike stores available within the courtyards, excuse me, and that we've allowed for policy compliant level of car parking across the scheme as a whole, and specifically within the blocks, with an allowance for 5 to 10% of non-standard cycles or cargo bikes, as probably more easily explained. And then as part of the mobility hubs, the opportunity within the travel plan to look at cargo bike rental as something new, because again, as we've said so many times today, so much of this is new that we're dealing with for a development that's going to be take 20 years to build out. So that's something that we're looking at together then with the ability for e-bikes and scooters to be for storage and for charging, etc., in convenient locations across the site. Shall I pause there on that topic? Is that easier? If there's any questions.
Councillor Poor, have you got any questions?
Minute. I was going to ask a bit about cargo bikes. This is my special thing. I think it's great you're aiming for more than 5 to 10%. I would say with the exceptionally good, or rather low, number of car parking spaces, I mean, you're looking at less than half of the residents having a car parking space. I would suggest possibly even more cargo bikes, because actually even if you work out, 3,000 homes without car parking space, at least probably, well, a third of those may have children, because the kind of demographic we're looking for here, particularly with the flattered developments, is more likely to be family heavy or young family heavy. I would say the more space could be allocated to cargo bikes, the better, because otherwise it will just clutter up the landscape, because you'll have them tied. You know, you can see it on the city streets in Market Ward. If someone has a cargo bike, it's great, but often it's parked outside the house, and then you get it blocking what hopefully will be very high quality streets. So I think it's just important. And I think delivery van spaces, I mean, coming back to some of the comments about HMOs, we have to be realistic. People are going to be ordering their Tesco's delivery, and knowing where those delivery vans can park or cannot park, more importantly, for example, I think would be important. And I think, I'm not sure if we quite covered this, we did have a unfortunate application at JDCC where it ended up with the affordable homes not getting any parking. I would very much hope we do not find ourselves in that situation here. It was just the way the market homes took the spaces. It was a very car-capped development, so I'd just like to flag that possibly as an aspiration, as well as the usual one we talk about adopted roads. The more adopted by the county, the better, really. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, again, not a question, but I think it's a useful point. So I remember being in a meeting talking about transport, about cycling mostly, about 7 years ago in Newnham and talking about electric bikes then, and they were becoming more of a thing. And when I say electric bikes, I mean sort of quite old school now, just a bike with a battery on, an electric bike. Whereas at that time, we never had the small scooters with small wheels. We never had the mopeds, which are electric bikes with bigger wheels, and all of that that's come since. And so my question, which is an impossible question to answer, is can you foresee the future? Of course you can, but you really do need, over a scheme like this, it's going to go decades into the future, to really have a vision. Or maybe you could look at other places around the world that are more ahead of us, of what they've done, or I don't know. But you need to have some idea of how things are going to change, because, or maybe just preparing for change, because there will be change. There will be things that are going to come we haven't even thought of yet. Quite soon as well, things are changing very quickly in terms of transport. You know, so what we need now will not be what we want in the future, I guess. Or maybe we'll want that plus something else. Just leave it there.
I think the message is plan over generously for future provision, because it's going to go that way. It's clear it's going that way. Yeah. Oh, Councillor Thornborough.
Thank you. Apologies for not being able to be here earlier. I think we need to be very, very careful with the language that we use. And this is not going to be a car-free development, because cars will be, you know, particularly people with disabled drivers will continue to use cars, and cars is part of our transport and mobility, and will be going forward in the future. But on this site, you know, we don't have on-plot parking, we have the car barns, and I think we should recognise, particularly for any people with disabilities, will continue to be using cars more than maybe able active people. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Excuse me. Yeah, very much understood, Councillor Thornborough. But that doesn't mean to say that the place should be designed first and foremost with the priorities for the need and storage of vehicles rather than what the people need. And so absolutely the provision for on-street blue badge parking. But
can I just come back, Chair? Sorry. It's just that there's a whole issue. We do not want to. You know, this is a very, very ambitious site for multimodal mobility, but we do not want to give the impression that there will be no cars. And we have car drivers, which are part of the business owners and residents. There will continue to be a need for cars, and there is a misinformation out there now saying there's going to be no cars in northeast Cambridge, and that's not correct. And I'm just very conscious about that misinformation and how it's being interpreted politically, when we need to be clear that there will be car access on this site. Thank you.
So the adjustable parameters for mobility needs groups, mobility needs groups.
I think we'd largely sort of touched on that in terms of the blue badge and accessible spaces being provided close to residents, and then, as I mentioned earlier, the adaptable building design meeting building regs M42 and M43. So I didn't have anything else to add on that particular point.
We've then got the user group experiences, the primary school and secondary school and so on. If you could take us through those, please.
And I think that this image over the page will go through the user group's experience one by one, but it's really this image to have in your mind, because it sets out the streets pattern. It identifies the bus network route. On the slide that was used in the presentation, we'd identified the location of the 4 mobility hubs on the edge of the development, so that as you sort of permeate down the hierarchy of streets, in the very residential elements, car parking is limited. There is some access for emergency vehicles, clearly, and also for delivery vehicles, etc. But in terms of the overall hierarchy, it's shown quite clearly on this image. And therefore, if we look over the page in terms of the various user groups, first of all, for primary school, there are two. They're located at either end of the play line. The play line itself can be used as a route that parents and their children can walk to and from school. And these are car-free areas. Vehicles are not allowed inside this area. So for primary school children, an opportunity to connect into these car-free routes as quickly as possible to get them to get to school and backwards, back home afterwards. And then we've got the potential for walking and cycling buses, which could be along the play line as well, as a way of making it easier for those who are travelling the greatest distance to get to school. Clearly, there's no secondary school provision on site, and one of the ongoing discussions with the county is crossing points on Cowley Road, Ackrade, is a bridge going to be required so that pupils can, and the distances involved, both potentially walk and cycle to off-site secondary school provision. But it will mean crossing Milton Road in various locations. So that's something that's being considered in more detail with the county. If we then look at the destinations for young families, and for that we're assuming it's access to social community facilities, it's being able to access the play spaces on the play line, to be able to use the walking trails or gym trails around the site to get to the central park, referencing back to the last image, which identifies the hierarchy of streets and the ways in which people can, residents of Hartree can access, and the young families can move around again on car-free streets. Mobility challenged, I think we've touched on that in terms already of blue badge and disabled parking spaces serving the residential blocks. Out of city commuters, again, depending how they're getting here, potentially to use Cowley Road if they've come from Cambridge North Station, or if they've come via bus into the site, or if they have driven, they're directed to one of the 4 mobility hubs. So that's for people coming to Hartree, and for those going the journey or the destination in reverse, the out of city, it's their ability to get onto a bus, walk to Cambridge North, or if they need a car, they can rent one from the car club. So that's the level of sort of experience for the different categories of users. I think user groups, I think you've asked us about. So that's all to say on that. Again, car ownership, touched on that in the presentation this morning. The trip generation model that we've used and in discussion and agreement with the county is reflected in the low level of car usage and car parking, and Councillor Porra talked about cargo bikes and what that means in reality. So cycling more generally and use of public transport, and those are the conversations that we're having with the County Council around the transport package of measures that are needed to support Hartree. Mobility hubs, again, I think we touched on those several times in terms of where they're located, what they're likely to do, the uses and activities that could take place within them, and crucially that they're all within 400 metres of residential properties, so very accessible around the site as a whole. I don't know if there are any points to discuss on the mobility hubs, or shall I keep moving?
Do you have? Thank you, Chair. Do you have an example of where car barns exist and where they're used successfully and work?
Not in this country, because we're doing something that probably hasn't been successfully done in this country. That doesn't worry us. Dave, I just wondered, Dave Watson, if you've got anything more to contribute on mobility hubs. I mean, we're learning from the best practice in this country and abroad, but Dave, do you want to say anything?
I think you've covered most of it. I think just pointing out that they're key to kind of modal choice, and that's the really big thing there. So it's like, you might turn up to a mobility hub and there might be a kind of walking bus there where you could drop your children off, and then they walk with a group of children to the local school, and that allows you then just to get straight onto whichever form of transport you choose. So there might be real-time information, and when you get there you might see, there's delays to the railway network, but you can also see that there's a bus coming in 5 minutes from the real time, so you decide to jump on a bus, or it might be a nice sunny day, so you jump on an e-bike. But I think it's giving all that choice in one place, and that like sort of caters for all the different needs of people going to and from their daily life.
Thank you. Can I come back, Chair? Is that okay? The reason I asked that question is because it's not my experience that we have car barns in the UK, and where the principle of having your car somewhere else than where you live is in countries where the culture about public transport is very different to ours. And people tend to refer to Marmalade Lane with regard to this. But that was where the people designing and developing and intimately involved with the development of that development undertook that car ownership would be, low, and that they wanted to work towards shared car use and use of bikes. So that was a very different culture. This is people who would be coming to live and work in this area. So the other example that's nearest is Eddington, and we've been told that Eddington has only 20% car ownership. But the point is that Eddington is managed and controlled in many ways by the university, who actually, for their university estate, they are very strict about car ownership, particularly amongst students. And so they already have a culture of restricting car usage and ownership. So, you're applying a sort of principle that has been used elsewhere with a different culture to this, and I'm just concerned as to whether it will work or not, because what I'm concerned about is that it won't work and people will end up parking on the street close to where they live. And so my first question on this, and I have a number, but I won't go into all of them just yet, Chair, but my first question on this is, what measures are you going to take to ensure that you deter or prevent on-pavement parking?
Two, physically by restricting the spaces that you can actually physically park through use of landscaping, etc., and then use of traffic regulation orders and penalties, financial penalties for people who park inappropriately. And this is where we go back to state management and stewardship, and getting that right from the outset is critical, and working as the slide that we shared in the main presentation to prevent people parking inappropriately in surrounding areas. It's about potentially including restrictions in build-to-rent tenancies, that if people flagrantly breach the parking regulations, that they're liable for eviction. It's about ensuring that people understand that if they want to come, we're not dictating who can come and live here, but what we are saying is if they want to come and live at Hartree, they're buying into the vision. If they want to come and live and own a car, that's great, but it will cost additionally, and there will be an annual payment of X £1,000 to lease a parking space. And there will be plenty of opportunities through the car clubs, the micro-mobility, the public transport, the excellent walking and cycling facilities. We think, totally respect your understanding of the people of Cambridge, but this is an international city as well, and there are plenty of people who live here who are well used to dense inner city living with restrictions on parking.
I've got Councillor Thornborough online, and then I've got Fiona Bryant.
I just want to come in on Councillor Bradnam's points. one of the things I've read about is research in how in modal shift to in people's behaviour regarding car ownership and use of public transport, as long as there are options. And the main point is when people move house. So when people will move to an area with a different form of transport provision, and they will weigh up the pros and cons of regarding the public transport and the ability to own a private car or not, or be able to access cars in a different way. And so I think that the what we are planning here is a very good idea, and I hope that the detail will work out, be done very carefully, so that people will choose to make that modal shift to not give up cars use, but to maybe give up car ownership. But I think Councillor Bradnam is spot on regarding enforcement, and it's not I think we see time and time again, it's not really the enforcement when the roads are adopted, but it's the enforcement between when people start living on new developments to when the roads are adopted. There seems to be a complete lack of enforcement, and very bad habits come in during that period. And it happened again and again and again in Cambridge and South Cambridgeshire. And we really, really need to try and get on top of this. There needs to be a way to start enforcement from first occupation of dwellings, I think. Thank you.
If I may add to what Councillor Thornborough has said, the first purchase, I'm sure people do undertake to take on a lifestyle at Hartree. It's when those properties are sold on to new purchasers that link to what is the culture at Hartree is lost. And that has happened at Great Nayton and Trumpington Meadows, where people haven't respected that when they've sold property. It's not the sellers, it's the new purchasers haven't understood that that's what's necessary. So they've, instead of coming in with only one car per family, they've come with two, and then there's no space for them to park. Chair, can I just ask you, I have a number of questions on transport. I don't want to hog the time on transport, but can I ask you, if I may ask some of these now, or shall I wait until the presenters have gone through? Sorry, I can't, you haven't got your microphone on. Microphone.
Just ask the question, please.
Yeah, okay.
Without the supporting evidence backing
I'll
your
give you
evidence,
a list
your
then.
question. Thank you.
So I wanted to ask about given that there is so little parking allowed, and that's reasonable, I wanted to ask about things like, what about deliveries? What about drop-off and pick-up by the schools? What about, can we allocate parking spaces, or what they're called zones, for e-scooters before the operators do, to make sure they're in suitable places? Also, if there's any intention to raise the carriageway level to the level of the footway in any places, and how readability of that will be achieved for both drivers and pedestrians. But also, and perhaps this can come later, I wanted to ask about the control of displacement parking, and whether those neighbouring communities will be involved or be able to feed into the management companies so that they can feed in any problems. I haven't written them down quite like that, but I can ask those again.
Whilst the developers digest that lot, I'm going to ask Fiona Bryant to come in because she was actually before you. So Fiona, can we hear from you, please?
Yeah, I was just going to add to the answer to Councillor Bradnam's previous question, if I may. I totally accept the point about culturally other countries maybe being in front of us on the principle of car barns, but I suppose I'd like to come back to the fact that this site is unique in this country because of the trip budget, and therefore we are starting from scratch with a very, very, very restricted car, private vehicle car entry and exit anyway to the whole site. It's also being designed from scratch. which allows it to be designed in a way which actively or proactively and actively promotes active travel, walking, cycling has been explained. I'd also like to point out that we did extensive research in the live work work that we did on interviewing potential residents of this particular area in Cambridge and what they would like to see, and they were taken through the design. We also have an ideas exchange that have been a long-term influence on the design, that were appointed people from the local area who've also been informed. And some of the things that came forward particularly about that was not an issue about necessarily drop off, if you like, and parking away from the home, but it was things like, how do you store prams, which we might normally leave in the car if we have one? How do you, the safety of their children in walking to school, the other things that they might have stored in a car boot, which they might need access to, that effectively they can't if they can't park near. And those have been taken into account in the design of the whole system, as well as the last mile delivery, which I'm sure more will be said on the questions you've just proposed. But I just wanted to add that we have done extensive research into people who actually are likely to, might, or are influencing this design, to answer those sort of questions as well.
Thank you very much, Fiona. So we've got to go through Councillor Bradman's questions. So if you can just hold your horses for the moment, please, whilst we go through those. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm grateful to Fiona for picking up some of those points. I was going to reference the earlier point I made about the people who are going to come and live here, and pen portraits of how they go through their lives have really been integrated from the outset of the master planning process. So I'll just ask Dave Watson to come in a minute to talk about deliveries, but we're going to have a combination of encouraging the use of Amazon and other lockers at the mobility hubs, minimal on-street delivery spaces for each of the blocks, but not preventing it. And Dave, do you want to pick up last mile delivery? And remember that point about how society changes. We might scoff about drone deliveries now, but who knows where we'll be in 10 years' time. Dave?
Yeah, so I think although we have accommodated sort of deliveries and servicing, because obviously we need to get refuse vehicles onto the site, but it's kind of key not to over design for those things. And I think we've had a lot of discussions with other kind of key players such as Amazon. We've also spoken to Zedify, so we've looked at ways that we could potentially incorporate a consolidation hub, and then onward. And they're actually quite simple. It's just a little bit of space that you need to accommodate the parcels, and then onward distribution by cargo bikes. Similarly with Amazon, we talked about future gazing earlier, but it's really within the interest of big companies to consolidate as much as possible. Economically, it makes a lot of sense for them because they don't have to do multiple deliveries. So when we've spoken to people like Amazon, they're really keen on having a centralized place, such as the mobility hubs and Amazon lockers, where they can dump, say, 50 parcels in one go, and that's huge time saving on what they're doing. So the way things are going, I think it is changing in the way that we will receive deliveries, and particularly in a place like Hartree.
And I mean, it's horses for courses. No one's going to expect you to go to a mobility hub to collect a new washing machine, but there will be the ability to deliver on the street for large white goods, for example. School drop off. No, we want to stop the ability for people to drop off their children, for parents to drop their children off at school by car. Because this is about changing mindsets, and as a parent, I know that if you can encourage them young enough to make their own way to school, in a safe and secure way, the school, the walking buses, etc., I know that integrates it from the outset. And the county have been very supportive with that. So that's about designing the individual school entrances to not actually be on a public highway, because then you're preventing people from actually being able, because if you've got to get out of your car, you might as well walk from your apartment rather than walk to a mobility hub to get a car and drop it off. Our micro-mobility, yeah, again, we've talked to Voy, but we're planning before then, if you see what I mean. So yeah, take your points about that the planning comes first rather than the interests of micro-mobility providers. Oh, displacement parking. Dave, can you just come in on the point of how we're working with county and perhaps use of the section 106 for this point?
Yeah, so I think in terms of displacement parking, I know it is a concern, but I suppose it almost comes back to what we were saying earlier about how far people are willing to like leave their vehicles. I think because of the way the site is, and it is kind of bound by the A14, you know, would people feel comfortable leaving their car, owning a car, not sure whether they can get a parking space at night, and leaving it somewhere like Milton, away out of their line of sight and across from the other side of the A14. I think that notwithstanding, we are in discussions with the county, and I think we're fully behind providing money towards monitoring an ongoing situation with the car parking, and where required, paying for the implementation of a CPZ on local roads if there are any problems.
Thank you very much. So your slide on page 17, which is the one you refer to in your response, shows the pink area as being restricted parking on private roads. Now, that's the current situation. These roads have restricted parking or are private roads. So they are not something that Hartree really needs to worry about because they're already restricted and private roads. What I'm concerned about is the areas outside your pink zone. So, for example, you've neatly skirted around around just south of the industrial estate in Milton and around the Rowans in Milton, but actually we know from experience that people already park on the Rowans and either go and catch the bus there, or they take out a bike and then they cycle from there to Cambridge Science Park, or they just park all day and walk to wherever they're going. Now, what you are, I'm sure, aware of is that from the Rowans in Milton across the Jane Coston Bridge, it's actually a very short, it's 5 minutes walk, if that. So that's a very accessible location. So what I'm concerned about, and I'm sure it applies to the communities to the south on Lovell Road and Nuffield Road as well. I'm not just singling out Milton. But what we are inevitably likely to get is displacement parking to those other areas. And, you know, one hopes that you, the developer, will make a contribution towards the ongoing costs of controlled parking zones in those areas, because otherwise the residents of Milton and Chesterton are going to be subsidising, by virtue of paying for a controlled parking zone, the development at Hartree.
I think what we're saying is we will pay for the monitoring, and we will ensure that the situation is monitored. If problems arise, then we'll deal with them as and when they arise. Dave, is there anything more to say on that?
I don't think you can give a better answer at this point.
Okay.
And I think this issue is potentially some years away, but the point is that this will be enshrined in the Section 106 agreement, so that can be referred to at some time in the future.
I know you're keen to move on, but Also, in terms of kind of attitudes, we're proposing a number of, to appoint a number of sustainability champions whose job would be working in the community for people that are coming to live there, so that they can understand the travel plan and what options there are, so that when properties are sold, that people incoming understand that they can't have 3 cars and a van, that they just park up the road, and to work with the community as it grows, and to help with any issues that are arising along in existing communities.
Final question, if I may. It was just the last question that I asked, which was, given that what we've just been told, I asked whether representatives from the communities surrounding would be able to feed into the management committee discussions, so that if there is a problem developing in these peripheral areas, then they can alert the management committee to that.
Yes, Councillor.
Very quick question. Welcome the car hubs. I'm assuming that you'll put the most active travel at the bottom, i.e. the car club, so that it's... But obviously, if you do that, I'd just like to note safety. If you are parking your car at night, not just female, but anyone, I just hope that when those multi-storey car parks stroke travel hubs come forward, that you'll be really mindful that if you are being obviously up on the top floors with your car, that it's safe, well lit and monitored when you come down. Thank you.
20%, only 20% car ownership is a very ambitious target. People often say in surveys what they would do, which doesn't actually prove reality when it comes to the crunch and they have to make decisions. You're hoping that you're going to have 5,600 households that are really enthusiastic as Marmalade Lane, and I'm not sure that one can't be sure that would be the case, put it that way. Therefore, you've got car hubs. Have you got any flexibility? Will they be, as the development proceeds, to change the proportion? What would be the problems in terms of accessibility? Because the road system is obviously a major consideration there. Particularly if you're going to have a considerable portion of families, if you've got young children, because when you use public transport, you tend to be based upon the main lines of public transport go, which on Hartree we were basically towards Ely and towards the centre of town, rather than in other directions, which we'll have very bad accessibility by public transport. So if you've got small children, that therefore puts extra pressure on the need for some form of personal mobility. So I just wondered, how much scope is there for flexibility as the development proceeds, as you get some on the ground actual information about how people actually behave?
We will need to monitor. We will need to monitor trips and against a trip budget that will be agreed and strictly controlled with county. Councillor Porra talked about cargo bikes, and that is a very effective and efficient way of moving small children. Moving small children around, and we'd encourage people with cargo bikes to come and live at Hartree. So quick answer to your question: yes, we'll need to monitor it, and things will be adjusted over time. How we fit within the wider spatial system of North East Cambridge, who knows? But we need to be flexible and willing to adjust over time according to the wider circumstances.
And I would just add an obvious point, for example, would be, if you have some of the residential courtyard blocks further away, by the time you get to those later phases and the primary schools are open, they might have a slightly higher proportion of cargo bike storage because families there have got a greater distance and they will be needing to use a cargo bike rather than just walking or cycling. So to Mike's point and yours, there'll be that monitoring and flexing as the detailed design, block by block, neighbourhood by neighbourhood progresses.
Councillor Stobart.
A number of councillors here attended a presentation of something called Healthy Streets, which is a a design methodology for well, all streets, but particularly urban streets, and I think we were quite impressed with that. It's really a comment and a suggestion that healthy streets or something very like it is the design basis for the roads, which will carry traffic. And one of the things that the presenter said, Lucy Saunders, was quite new to me, was that you know, rather than creating a hostile environment for car drivers, we create an environment in which they're content to drive safely, not do pavement parking, and otherwise conduct themselves in a sensible manner. So it's that very positive engagement with the driver. It's not encouraging, but it is where the driving has to be done, is making that a comfortable and appropriate experience for the driver. So there was a lot in that Healthy Streets methodology, and I think something like it would fit. It conveys the right kind of a culture because it's creating street scenes and an environment which are aligned with most of the things we've been talking about. So that's the comment, and then two brief questions. Are the car parks to some degree underground? You talked about a supermarket with the car park underground, and I think appropriate to Councillor Porra's point that the most accessible, the car club, the cargo bike parking would be on the upper level, just below ground. It'd be great to see some of that parking underground, if at all possible. And then my final point was, perhaps a comment. I'm probably one of a number who can't see a Cambridge working on the scale we're talking about without some kind of light rail or tram system. And the one scheme that has been sketched out, Connect Cambridge scheme, has a line coming from, the so-called Darwin line, coming from the west, and conceivably heading up Milton Road and then along Cowley Road. My question, is there anything that would stop a light rail connection either at that southernmost travel hub or into the main street, and then perhaps with an onward connection to Cambridge North Station where that line would terminate? So that's my question.
On the Healthy Streets point, those are very much the principles that we've used in designing our streets, and I just kind of agree with the points you're making there, really. On possibility of underground or basement car parking, two significant challenges in this area very much linked. One is cost, because of the height of the water table in particular, and two, the amount of concrete that you're having to use, which is very impactful in terms of carbon emissions. So I think there are challenges with providing underground car parking where we are, which so at the moment we're not considering that, which is why we've been carefully designing heights in terms of impact of landscape that we picked up mainly in the last presentation. Dave, can I ask you to come in on light rail and opportunities that might be afforded?
Yeah, I think we have considered things like light rail before and sort of bus rapid transport through the site, particularly with the Waterbeach to Cambridge public transport corridor, and that had a potential route going through the site at one point. I think there were difficulties in delivering that. I think that was probably in some of the earlier iterations of the master plan, and it did cause some severance because you have to cross those links, and it's often quite high speed vehicles, whereas the Hartree master plan very much centres on active travel, and the two don't necessarily tie in that well. But I think the other thing to note is that there is the kind of obvious quite fast transport corridor just to the south, the guided bus network. So I think that's what we've really lent into with the master plan, tried to tap into that and really improve connections through to the existing rail line and the existing guided busway, rather than necessarily create large new sort of links through the site, not least because it's that there are barriers once you go through the site anyway, due to the A14 and the railway line, which is where I think the sort of Cambridge to Waterbeach public transport corridor fell down before.
I've got a question, which is, there's a reference here to 40% of 0.4 of space per dwelling in your paper. In your presentation, you referred to the parking ratio of 0.2 to 0.36. So if we go to 0.4, I calculate that, and again, my rhythm, but 2,240 cars on site. So how many parking spaces are going to be in each of these 3 mobility hubs?
Dave, can you pick up this point in general, please?
Yeah, so I think that just says less than 0.4 spaces, just to avoid the need for decimal places. So I think it goes back to the point where there is some flexibility, particularly with the trip budget. So we can probably, staying within the trip budget, we could go to a kind of maximum of 0.38 car parking spaces, we feel. But we're very much aiming for 0.2. But again, it's the flexibility within the mobility hubs is where they've been designed in so much as they could have more car parking as well in the future. There is flexibility within them. If you added another sort of level on top of them, it would be quite easy. And again, I guess that's the future proofing and the monitoring as to where it actually lands in the end.
So you made a previous reference to the price mechanism to manage the numbers of cars on site. So wouldn't it be more effective to just increase the price rather than grow the number of cars on the site?
Part of this is the issue that we actually, in terms of transport impacts, parking is not a great proxy for controlling the transport impacts, because you're not, unless you've got a disincentive for people to drive, you know, a congestion zone type thing, and that has been considered in the city, hasn't it? And so we're not going there again. You're reliant on controlling parking to impact on trips, and that is not necessarily the causal relationship, but it's a balance, and it will be something that needs to be managed and monitored over time, and that balance between control of income through letting the spaces, control of traffic movements through monitoring and management, and encouraging all the other sustainable travel mechanisms, will be one that we will need to carefully work through the stewardship arrangements on.
This is a very rich meeting for fleshing out these important issues, and I think this is another point I encourage you to come back when we meet again to explain how that's going to work, because I think for the committee, the success of that management is going to be pivotal to the placemaking success of the whole site, because I mean we know we've got the micro example in the city, but Bushy had a hand in building. But Marmalade Lane, this is sort of it on steroids, isn't it? And we know that if you like, you can call that a pilot. It's been incredibly successful, and it's a wonderful place. And I think that's what we'd like to see Hartree be, and I'm sure you do as well, because you put so much of your life into this. So thank you for that. Can we move on to landscape, please? So the landscape strategy, which is the public access and uses, and the ecology 20% on-site net gain. Thank you.
Again, some of this overlaps with this morning's part of the presentation. In total, Hartree has 19.48 hectares of public open space in a variety of forms, and that exceeds the AAP target, which is identified per per resident within the 5,000 dwellings. We're at 5,600, so we've increased it slightly, and at 19.48, it's pro rata, it's above. And in this paper, excuse me, we've gone into a bit more detail by including a few more images which sort of illustrate what we were talking about this morning. If you look on this image, you can see along the green ribbon, which is the sort of thicker corridor of landscaping to the A14. We then got the first drain, we looked at some of the images there. We've got the play line that diagonally cuts across the site, and then we've got the main sort of central park. And within those areas, space is available for a variety of different types of uses, and I think we're great pains to point out wanting to make it very inclusive, usable space. So it's not just given over to football pitches. There's informal space. You can put jumpers down and have a kick about if you want to, but equally if you want to play with the frisbee or whatever, the space is available. And that's shown on some of the subsequent images. And it's this point, top left, it's play for all ages. It's inquisitive space. We saw the image of father and child walking along by the first drain, opening up access to the first drain, going to look for sicklebacks, kind of thing you did when you were a kid. So again, it's the opportunity to explore nature. It's an opportunity to just relax and go and on a hot summer's day, go and sit with your friends in the central park, as well as active sports and leisure. So again, if you want to do something physical like that, you can do. So space that meets the diverse needs of the residents. And again, I think some of these images which are included on this image show how that space can be used in lots of different ways, from formal to informal sport to imaginative play, and then just being able to enjoy those areas. So that was all on this part in terms of the richness of open space available within Hartree. I don't know if there's any follow-up questions on that or from this morning's discussion. So, keep going on BNG. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, you got a free pass straight through that one. Thank you.
I think the BNG slide this morning explained how we've increased from 10% to 20% across the three categories. I think the specific questions you asked here around the role of the trees and the woodland belt along the green ribbon, along the A14 corridor. So yes, it'll help will mitigate noise and provide air pollution sort of benefits. There is an acoustic screen that's proposed along the A14, so that provides the bulk of the acoustic screen. But there's no doubt that the trees do help. And I mentioned this morning a lot of the trees in the existing woodland area, sort of self-seeded ash, they're dying back and will continue to die back. That's about 60% of the total of the woodland area. And what we're proposing in the conversations we're having with officers as one of the topics that Mike mentioned, which is sort of ongoing and will be picked up at the sort of condition stages, there will be a detailed planting, maintenance and management plan for that. So in the way that area is dying back now, this will be picked up through, again, a lot of references to stewardship and maintenance and management, but that whole area will be the subject of a dedicated management plan. And then there's just an acknowledgement of the role and value of the trees and wanting to ensure that the species that we do plant to replace provide the maximum opportunities. And there's a balance in the green ribbon. It's accessible and people will be able to walk through it, but equally we want nature conservation to be able to thrive. And that's one of the areas, for example, where we're proposing to enhance the woodland along the edge of that area. And turning to the final slide, we've done quite a lot of survey work already on the existing trees. So hence I mentioned that we know there's a high percentage of ash. We know that they're dying back. And we know that through our management plan for the green ribbon, we'll be able to address that for the duration of the development and ensure that woodland endures and thrives. That was all I was going to say on BNG. I'll pause as a question.
Councillor Pora and Councillor Bradman.
Thank you very much. I think I've mentioned this before. It would be really good to see it being landscape-led early on. So I hope as much of the sort of tree planting things will come through at outline, because the more we can get those established, we saw that in Hackney, the better. The other thing for BNG, I appreciate there may be some reliance on roof gardens for BNG, which is, you know, they do have an advantage. I would exercise a note of caution about having that as a shared space for residents as well. Partly because I think for residents as an open space, some of the ones we viewed in London were slightly windy, to put it politely. And also just in terms of the BNG versus people using quite an intensely used space in a windy area. So it's just to mention that, because I think when it comes forward, it would be useful to know a little bit more about that and making sure we're not conflicting the two things. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to check about what is being included in your biodiversity net gain, because if you go to the slide in your presentation on page 3, where you're showing the area of development in yellow shading, it leaves out the first public drain where it runs on the southern side of this development area. But when you go to page there we are, page 12, you know, and you've got the details of biodiversity net gain, it looks, and I don't know, I might be wrong, but it looks as if you might be including the treed area alongside that long drain to the south of your of the development, and yet it's not actually, you know, so are you counting for something that's actually not in your, are you taking into account and using it as towards your biodiversity net gain, an area that's not within your red line boundary?
In actual fact, that southern part of the tree belt may well be inside our red line. We can come back to that.
On the south side of the drain?
Correct.
Okay.
The short answer is we are following the principles set out in the area action plan. So except we're not including a section of the Cowley Industrial Estate, which was identified as part of our green space in the area action plan. So we just agreed with officers to mirror the approach in some of those surrounding parts of the site.
You include the belt along the A14 as public open space, and it's quite a large element in terms of your greenery. But it's difficult to see how that can be so close to the main road and the noise there, even with a barrier, how that can be terribly pleasant place for amenity. Maybe fine for biodiversity, which is not so affected, but for the ordinary members of the public wanting, it's going to be less attractive. How much difference does that make to your meeting your targets for public open space, general public open space?
There are a number of objectives for public open space, and not every open space has to be like the central parkland and attract people in the same way. So opportunities for less regularly used but still different uses, and we recognise that there are a number of uses along that northern ribbon that we are intending to come into use, and we make no bones about that, which is partly why we're focusing on the piece of work now. Do you want to say any more?
Only, you're absolutely right. That's the area where the cycle gym trail, you sort of pass through it, you can take your dog for a walk through there. It's a very different space to the Central Park where, on a hot sunny day, you might go and sit out there and have a picnic. That's not necessarily what the green ribbon is envisaged for. It's partly a woodland belt that you can pass through, but as Mike said, in terms of the hierarchy of open space and where you'd want to go and do things on Hartree, you would walk through it to get to somewhere else. You wouldn't go and sort of linger there particularly. So it's not designed to be that sort of space.
Councillor Smart.
I feel as if this could go over several days, actually, or sleep over or something, keep going on the item. This one, No, I didn't know. I live close by. So firstly, play is a wonderful word, and the play line thing is just fantastic. I mean, the person that thought that up, it deserves to be complimented. I used to work in play, and it's a great word. Says lots of good things about what you want to achieve, and I believe it. Also, the way that curved line cuts across the grid, it's a quarter intervention in a sort of scientific grid-like shape, really good, just before you even get to the thing itself, the content. Anyway, my question is, the landscape, the site, the BNG, who's going to manage it? Do you anticipate that an authority would do that, or are you going to do it yourselves, or another provider, or what? Declare an interest. I am the executive councillor who does that sort of thing in Cambridge.
So, and I'm the executive councillor for finance resources, so that's the kind of thing I pay for.
Absolutely understand and don't want to tread on councillors' toes whatsoever. But we are in discussions with the council's parks department. It's intended that all of the spaces will be to the standards for capable of adoption, similar to the highways, but the final, we haven't yet crossed the Rubicon because it's part and parcel of that whole wider stewardship piece. But I can imagine that it might be that some spaces become adopted and some might be part of Hartree. So if there's a performance space, that might be Hartree, and next to Parkland that is owned or that is managed by the council. That's me speculating, and it's still part of this exciting stewardship piece that the chairman is invigorated by.
Khan.
Just a simple question. The red line boundary doesn't include the land on the other side of the railway towards the river, but obviously there's been mention of the desirability of getting access to the towpath. Has any progress been made on that? Have you thought of anything about it?
Councillors will be aware that within the AAP there is desire for a bridge to be constructed over the railway line. We make provision for that as a kind of extension to the play line, actually. But it isn't, we've been very careful to ensure that we don't need the area to the east of the railway line to meet our targets on open space. In an ideal world, we would love for there to be that wider accessibility, but it's subject to a whole range of discussions and funding, and the position of Network Rail in owning and managing the railway line and the airspace above it.
Councillor Pura.
Just pick up on that, obviously with the East-West Rail proposals, something I raised at Planning and Transport. I think the increased train movements, there's probably some synergy between your desire to bridge, well, and the City Council and the South Council desire to look at bridges rather than crossing gates. So it may be something to just bear in mind, because I did raise that as part of our commentary on East-West Rail, to say that, if you increase the number of trains, you can't rely on level crossings, and bridges and things will be needed.
Yeah, and in actual fact, as part of this East-West Rail consultation, there's a proposal to extend the feeder station, the transformer there, and potentially undergrounding of a small electricity line under the railway line, which Land Securities are making representations about. We hope that won't be taken forward, but it's part and parcel of that process.
So before we finish, the green ribbon, Councillor Khan, if you recall, is going to be filled with swales as part of the surface water strategy. So it's fulfilling that important function as well.
I'm not debating the function and the need for it. I'm just wondering whether, in terms of its recreational use, that's all.
It counts. This committee regards those kinds of wheezes as wheezes, but they're working within the rules, so there's nothing more that you can say about it. Is the committee going to indulge me and move on to section 7, building design, street scene and roofscape? Thank you.
Sorry, just too many things to do at once. I think that your question around the quality of design being exemplar, again, questions around material palettes, detailing, streetscape, roofscape. The risk of sort of repeating ourselves as an outline application, we haven't got into that level of detail yet. We touched a little bit this morning on the microclimate modelling, ensuring the high quality streets and places between and around, so that we have this quality of development at Hartree, which will be picked up, and Mike mentioned this morning the design code. That's alongside the parameter plans and the development specification, the things that will fix those elements of Hartree at this point. But some of those detailed elements will have to follow at a later stage. Again, in the consultation piece and the engagement exercise of sort of 2 years of design work, we've had several meetings, lots of meetings with your planning officers, but we've also met with the county and then the Cambridge Quality Review Panel. We've met them several times. They've contributed to the design code itself to give it the robustness, but also the flexibility that's been talked about. So we're confident as a design team, and I think the feedback again from QRP and others is the quality is there within the context of an outline master plan, and that can be addressed at every stage of submission of reserve matters for the relevant committee, and this morning's discussion as well around approval of matters, that you will be able to test us most rigorously on the quality of the design piece and what is coming forward through individual reserve matters applications.
Questions? There are no questions. Are you feeling all right, members of the committee? Oh,
Question was on the paper.
there's still life. There's still life after all this time. So, Councillor Smart?
Well, I am tiring, to be honest, but just on materials, so bricks have been fashionable for thousands of years, especially more recently, in terms of fashion in design. They're not very good for climate change, really. Bits of clay, baked in ovens, and be better if we built with other things. I don't know if there's any possible plan to do any of that. I mean, it's all possible, possibly more expensive, but it's possible. And just another small point is, will the route, I mean, just in terms of how people live their lives, I know in very urban areas, people like to be on roofs. They like to relax after work, have a cigarette, sunbathe, talk to their friends. These are things that actually happen now. Will that be possible, do you think? Or will it just be green roofs and solar panels?
Okay, much as the green ribbon, there are competing priorities for use of roofscape, rooftop plants, solar panels, BNG, but equally, yes, rooftop terraces, so there will be some and some. Mark Smith, are you with us still? I just wondered if you'd like to say a bit about how the design code works, and in particular about how we encourage use of more sustainable materials in the future.
I am Mike. Can you hear me?
We've got you.
Great. Thanks. I could say something about.
Sorry, can you introduce yourself, Mark? I should have done that.
Apologies. Yeah, my name is Mark Smith. I am a colleague of Stefan's on the lead masterplan team, Shelanda Hoelberg. We've authored, along with colleagues, with the lead authors of the design code. So I could say a couple of things, and then we have Ashmi as well, who wrote the section on homes and has some specialist knowledge in that, if you want more details. But
yeah, that would be great, Mark. Actually, I've forgotten Ashmi was with us, so let's give councillors as much as we can.
Great. So I'll briefly tell you what the design code does, and then maybe Ashmi can give you some detail on the specifics. But on material palette, there is a so I would say what the design code does is try to lock out the worst and suggest the best. So we don't fix a material palette in that in the design code. What we do is ask for long-lasting, robust materials that are sustainable and will weather well and have good aesthetics over time. And we also suggest that that could be masonry, that could be brick in relation to the context of the city. So I suppose what that does is set up a conversation to be had at RMA stage about how we balance longevity, robustness and quality of materials with sustainability and with the fact that we're building in a beautiful historic city. So I mean, I don't think that the design code has a particular approach. It doesn't say it must be brick. I guess there's a lot of precedents in there that show brick, and we think that can be a sustainable material, especially when you consider that it will last a really long time without much maintenance. And so the embodied carbon in a material is mitigated by the length of time that it lasts and its reusability in the future, and bricks is a demountable material. So I think that's probably enough detail on
Thank
that.
you, Mark. Ashmi, are you with us?
Hello, everyone. My name is Ashmi Thapar. I am, as mentioned, part of the design team that's developed the master plan and have helped to author the design code. We've specifically focused on homes. That's been our role within the master plan. So I'm happy to answer any questions about the quality of homes. And in relation to embodied carbon and materiality, as has been discussed today, the code has been designed to support flexibility. So we don't want to limit future designers from it being innovative and responding to emerging policy and best practice. So to safeguard that in the code, the current wording essentially requires that a material study needs to be undertaken to demonstrate that embodied carbon is maximized or optimized to support sustainable design, that designers take on a fabric first approach, and we've listed what that means. And we've also insisted that current best practice guidance is followed. So that means that if in the future, hopefully we'll see even more aspirational targets being set, that future designers can follow that best practice. And also this team here, both the planning team and everyone who would be assessing future Reserve Matters applications, has a mechanism with which to evaluate whether those materials being proposed are best practice and are supporting reducing embodied carbon. There are also a couple of codes around entrances, for example, and ensuring that those materials are robust and long lasting, which obviously all helps to support low maintenance, easy to replace and lasting buildings, which is all good for the environment as well. Thank you.
Ashmi, we were going to cover one thing on roof terraces as well, I think. Do you want to cover that?
Yes, so there is also a section that talks about roof terraces. So the scheme does provide communal gardens, and it's a courtyard-based scheme for the most part. However, in some instances, those courtyard gardens are open to the public, and that's in order to provide various other requirements as part of the master plan. So in those buildings, there's a requirement that a roof terrace is provided for those residents so that they have private open space. And we've also integrated codes around how you activate that roof terrace. So it would be supported by community rooms to help activate them and make them really usable parts of the home.
Thank you, Ashmi.
Thank you. I've reached the point at the end of this meeting. I'm just wanting to know whether the committee has reached that point as well. One more. So how many last words are we going to have? No. So Kate, well, I'm going to have the last word, actually. Yeah. But Katie Porter, before, can you just say?
Thank you. Just for individual flats will have their own private amenity space, like a balcony. It's not. Thank you, because you just when you said it's shared, I thought.
In fact, I don't have the figure on the top of my head, but it's a considerable amount above the emerging AAP standard.
On the point about shared courtyards, shared with the public, has the police urban security
Secured by design?
Sorry?
Secured by design.
That's it. Have they spoken about that?
Yeah, we have assessed it against the secured by design principles, and that will be addressed in the design and access statement in the planning application. And what was the other point? God, it's a long day, isn't it? Sorry.
So just finally, just to cover off some of the highlights of today's presentation and things that I think we can encourage the developer team to exemplify, think further about and exemplify when they come back to us was the key one around the internal microclimate in the single aspect dwellings. And also to come back to us about on what they think the percentage target, the achievable percentage target is going to be for that. I then thought that the other point that came through was clarification, and we really appreciate the work that you're doing on this. This has been a constant theme of this committee, and you are the first developer to come forward with some proactive, positive, progressive proposals. See what I did there? It was alliteration, wasn't it? Yeah. So you don't get many of those. So the apartment tenure, this common whole, this is very much in discussion at the moment, isn't it? About how apartment owners are protected from kind of rather difficult relationships with estate managements and freeholders. And then this other wider point about stewardship and estate management and the income generation piece, and also very of great interest, the way in which the subsidies could be deployed from those monies. I think that was a really interesting point, and I think possibly very much in line with our patrician approach to development that we have seen in the city that delivers some of the best developments and living spaces that we've got. I think the other one was about what the quality of life will be outside the home. And I think we are very encouraged with the idea of the Healthy Streets principles that we all saw yesterday, and Marmalade Lane, of course, and all the steps that can be taken to minimise traffic movement. Where I live, we're plagued by delivery vans, constant. And so the work that you're doing on consolidation and drop-off boxes and this kind of thing is really to be encouraged, and I think we'd like to learn more from you about that. This is really important work. I think we have today nailed the 106 obligation around making sure that there isn't this displacement parking which upsets existing communities, and I think we've got a reassurance now, Councillor Bradman, for how that can work. And then the trip monitoring challenge, and again, how all those moving parts can somehow be managed and work together positively for residents and the rest of the city and the environment on site. Is there anything else that I missed that was of significance that came through the discussion? No. Okay. Well, if you did think of it, we can soon let you know. But otherwise, thank you so much for coming back. And
Simon, can I come in, please?
Oh, Katie.
Yeah. Can I just pick up on a point that you made, that I think it is really important that we consider the freehold or common hold or leasehold arrangement of the development. You know, to be truly sustainable, well, this development must be truly sustainable, and that means carefully considering the density, the appropriate density that we build within this location and mixed use within the buildings. But it really requires us to build flats, to build up rather than individual houses. And there, at the moment, there is a real pushback from, my understanding is there's a real pushback from developers because of the issues of leasehold at the moment. And it's something that I hope will be resolved at a kind of much higher national level. But it would be great if we could really, the occupants of and owners of these future homes had the benefit of knowing that the service arrangements and fees and their ability to own the land under the building was actually much more within their control than we have now. So I completely agree with you, Chair, on that point. Thank you very much.
Right, and before anybody starts, I'm going to stop and sign the meeting. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much.
And thank you to the developers for being so patient with us.
No
Thank
problem.
you.